Aziz, I believe you're talking on mute.
I'm sorry. I can't believe I've been talking on mute this whole time. So, all right, let me start from where. So, this is where I left off. So I was saying that, thank you, Ahmed. So I was saying that they are telling you here that when you start to modify the code, if you run this command, it will give you an output. This is probably a way to test it without running Terraform apply. But I'm saying don't do this. Instead, just run Terraform, apply, right? Don't run this one. So um, then these are the things they want you to change here. Not sure why Zoom is really acting up today. Okay. So these are the things they want you to change here. So let's start going through the exercise. So here they are telling you they want to be able to run the same stack to a customer that is closed in a customer in the US region, right? And please build. So here, when you are going through this exam, right, one thing you should do is kind of like start taking notes of each of these requirements that they want you to solve. So for the first one, we'll go through all of it and discuss it, but let's go through the first one, which says they want you to be able to build the same stack closer to a customer in US. And they are telling you in the region in the US where they want you to build the stack here, which is US East 2, Ohio region. Then another thing here is they are telling you to leave whatever stack you've already created in the London region in place. So they want to use their code, the Terraform code they've provided to you, to build another stack in US East 2 region, but they don't want you to destroy the current region they've already created their infrastructure in. So here they're telling you, feel free to modify the code and or structure as much as needed in order to do this. So here they are saying you can modify the code, but bearing in mind that we may want to deploy the stack to more region in the future. So when I look at this whole statement here, there is automatically one thing that comes to mind. So let's talk about it. They are giving you a Terraform code. The Terraform code is here, right? If we look in the code, right, this is the code that creates VPC subnets in US in availability zone A, B, and C. They have route tables and things like that. You guys can see these are pretty much what you guys have worked on in Terraform. And here they are creating security groups, right? So this is the one code they are giving you. And they are saying that they want to use this same code to create two infrastructures. One, this current code will create our infrastructure in London, in the London region, but they also want to use the same code to create an infrastructure in Ohio region. So when you guys are looking at this, what is the first thing that comes to your mind on when you start modifying the code? What are you going to modify the code to do? I guess what type of code do you have to be able to allow you to use the same code they are giving you to create your infrastructure in two different regions?
Terraform module.
Exactly.
The
Terraform
module.
module. Exactly. So that is the first thing that comes to mind. So this is what I would do when I'm working on this assignment. I'm just going to open my notes. I'm going to open a new Visual Studio Code window here. So I'm just going to put tax 1. Here, how can I do this? Let me see if I can. I don't want to dock it because it always, but I'll just go back and forth. Stack tax 1 wants us to build stack in Ohio region, leaving the existing one in place. So I'm going to copy this detail and I'm gonna put it here. Then it wants us to modify the code. Okay, that one is fine. You will need to consider the Terraform. Okay, so we've done that. That's what here, and we said for this we are going to use Terraform module. Okay, here the next thing in tax 1 says you will need to consider the Terraform state. You need to consider the Terraform state. Each stack should have its own state. But they also said here, but don't feel you need to go as far as setting up the remote state. So here they're saying when you do create your infrastructure in different regions, one of the consideration is that each deployment should have its own state file. So which you guys already covered it. Everything is still talking about Terraform module here. Because yes, when we use Terraform module, both of our infrastructure will have their own state. And here they also said, as for the CIDR block for the new VPC that we will launch in the Ohio region, they want us to use whatever we feel, providing that it is compliant with RFC 1918 and does not overlap with the London region. So basically that just means that the CIDR block should not overlap. Let's look in the code here. If we look at their London region, this is the CIDR block they are using for the VPC and the subnets. So they are just saying that the CIDR block should not overlap this when you create it for the Ohio region. So to be honest, this will be a point in the interview. This will be a point in the interview that I actually don't know what this RFC 1918 means. But when you are working on the interview, they said it down here that it should take you about 3 hours to work on it. So you might not have time to look at this, but this will be something you can put on your note here. So this is the task you have to work on.
I think RFC related to DNS.
Yes. Yes, it has to do with, from me looking at it, it has to do with just picking CIDR blocks, being like whatever IPs you choose for a CIDR block will have to be compliant with this, and it doesn't overlap the London region CIDR block they've already picked, right? So you won't have enough time to do a research on it just to know what this is. So in your note, you can put somewhere here that says, and I'm a bad speller, please pardon me, knowledge gap, right? Then you put that RFC 1918. So that is just something you can read up on later on after your exam, but it wouldn't stop us from completing this task. But because you guys have to understand the main purpose of this task is not only to test, they are not just testing your ability or to just run code, and they are not trying to see how smart you are. And well, maybe they are trying to see how smart you are, but they don't want you to be perfect. They just want to see your approach to solving problem. That is one of the main points we always miss in interview. I've gotten interviews, I've passed an interview before that there are certain things in certain questions in there that I didn't understand, but they liked my approach to how I try to solve the problem. Because like I said, as a cloud engineer, solving problem is literally part of what you do. So, and how you go about solving problem is more important. sometimes than the skill set. If you don't know something, you can always look for ways to do it. Ahmed, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I was wondering if this interview was live or take home, or what was the situation, circumstances for this interview?
It is a take-home interview.
Oh, okay.
But even if it was live, they are saying it's like 3 hours to do it. It looks like it's a take-home, but here it is saying that you have 3 hours. It should take approximately 3 hours to complete it. So even if you are doing it in front of them and they ask you to share your screen, that's what I'm saying you should do. Don't be afraid to Google stuff in front of them.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, you're not supposed to know it all. You won't know it all. So don't be afraid to Google stuff in front of them. Okay. So for me, I'll be honest, I'm not a network guy. And typically most of the time when I build, funny enough, in all my positions, I think I've only built a VPC one time. All the environment is always done. So I've never really had to build a VPC. And even when I had to, your company will provide the CIDR blocks. I'm not really a network guy, so I don't really know too much about, and you can build my VPC, use the CIDR block that was provided. So this area, if I was taking this exam, I'm saying even with myself, this would be a knowledge gap for me. And this part where they want me to create new CIDR block that does not overlap with the existing one, I'm just going to have to ask ChatGPT or Google AI. Yeah. So that is what they want us to do here. So let's go through all the tasks, then we'll start working on it, starting at number 1. So that is the first thing they want us to do in step 1, which here, what we have to do here is we said we'll create a Terraform module. I'll just make it simple. Create Terraform module. That's what we are going to convert our code to. And 2, create stack in Ohio. Then we need to create new CIDR for the Ohio region network or something. I'll just put network. During your exam, you might not have time to type things like this, but I would say, yes, you should type your plan to solve it in front of them. Those are ways you can impress them on your ability to solve problems. This proves that you comprehend what you read and you have a plan on how you are going to solve that problem. So that's task 1. On task 2 here, they are saying the EC2 instance running Nginx went down over the weekend. We had an outage. It's been decided that we need a solution that is more resilient than just a single instance. Please implement a solution that you'll be confident will continue to run in the event one instance goes down. So what are they asking you guys to do here? How would you solve that problem of so basically what they mean is that in their network, they have, in their VPC, they have one single EC2 instance running, and that EC2 instance went down at some point. So they are asking you to design another solution for the same network they have that will allow their EC2 instance to always stays up in the event that if one goes down. So what would you do here? So remember, you have the code, so you just have to add something else to the code to make it resilient.
Scaling group.
What did you say? Say, be confident. Don't. It's okay.
Can I try?
Is that an auto-scaling group?
Yes. So yes, auto-scaling group. Yes. So that's what they're asking for. Yeah. It is us. When you don't be, there's no right or wrong answer because sometimes you can test things out. And so I don't want you guys, please be confident in what you are suggesting as a solution, because even during the interview, don't sound like you are not sure. And you don't want to sound like you are guessing. Just be like, yeah, I understand what you mean here. Here, I'm just going to use an auto-scaling group, you know. So yes, you guys are right. That is the first thing that came to my mind too, using auto-scaling group here. So I'm just going to go on my notes, tags 2, add ASG. Auto.
No, that's all the question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know the answer is ESG, so which is what came to my mind. So, but can we use the module to like use like a number of instances, right?
Oh, you said, can you create a number of, instead of using auto-scaling group, can you create more EC2 instances?
Yeah, using module.
Can we use our Terraform module to create more EC2 instances?
Yes.
Yes. You mean in one region or in
Yeah, in this region, for instance.
or in the region that went down? Can we? Yes, you can. You can. So this is the code, right? That is creating here. If you look here, this is the code that is creating the EC2 instance, right?
Yes.
So let's talk about things that is efficient. Let's say you said, okay, my approach would be to create more EC2 instance in this region. So how are you? I know there are 2 ways you can do it. And you in Terraform, there is an argument called count. You can put count here,
Yes.
and you can say count whatever number of EC2 instance you want to create, and it will create it. So if you put count equals to 2, it will create 2 EC2 instance for you. That's one approach. Another approach is you can copy this code, paste it down, and just change the reference name, and it will create another EC2 instance. Are both this approach a good approach? Yeah, I'm asking. Do you guys think that approach, the 2 approach that I've mentioned, do you guys think those 2 approach are good approach?
For me, it's be expensive. I know it's not cost.
Exactly. One, it is going to be costly because now you are spinning up an EC2 instance that you don't need. And 2, if you go with the second approach where you are copying the code and pasting it down here, then you're just duplicating code, and that is really also unnecessary. So yes, our approach would be, the only approach to solve this would be to create auto-scaling group.
Auto-scaling.
Yeah. All right.
Aziz, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I was wondering, for the resilience, are we not supposed to do it in 2 AZs so that if one AZ fails, it will just automatically pick up in the second AZ after the auto-scaling?
Yes, that is part of the auto-scaling group. Resilience is built into auto-scaling group, that when you launch your EC2 instance, it knows to put it in all your availability zones.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So auto-scaling group automatically does that for you. So if you have an EC2 instance, right? If you have an EC2 instance that is already in the first availability zone, right? When auto-scaling group wants to launch another one, it wouldn't put the next one in that availability zone. It would just put it in the second one. It automatically does that for you.
Okay. Thanks for that clarity.
Yeah. Okay. So on tax 3, right? We are looking to improve security and segregation of our network. We have decided we would like private subnets that are not addressable on the internet. Modify the VPC to meet this requirement. The private subnet should still have egress internet connectivity, right? So let's look at the code. This is the code to create the VPC, right? So we can look here. It is creating a VPC subnet in what looks like the first availability zone, because it is saying subnet A. So, and if you look here, it will take whatever the region is and add A next to it. So that is the style they are using. So here, A, this will create a subnet in the second availability zone, B, and this will create a subnet in the third availability zone, C, right? Then here, it's creating a route table. Then it is creating an internet gateway, attaching it to the VPC, and it is adding a route to the route table that was created and adding the route through the internet gateway, right? Then here it is associating those subnets with the route table it just created. So 1, 2, 3, 3 of the subnets is associating it with the route table. Can you guys tell me what type of subnets this Terraform code is creating and why?
It's a public subnet. It's a public subnet because it's routing traffic straight to the internet gateway, not the NAT gateway, which is private and is within the VPC.
Perfect. So yes, you are right. It is creating, this code will create public subnets. And because you're right, because the subnets are associated with a route table that is routing traffic to the internet through the internet gateway. Perfect. So now you understand what they are referring to here when they say create private subnet. So that means whatever subnet they have there, you have to convert it to a private subnet. Let's talk about the second part of how you would convert this into a private subnet. So you guys raise your hand and I will just pick someone random. So we've talked about the subnets, the Terraform code will create public subnet, but here on 3, they're asking you to modify the code to make it private subnet. So what would you, I'm not telling you to know the code exactly, but just tell me how your approach concept-wise, how would you modify the code? What are you going to add to the code to modify, to convert those subnets to private subnets? Hold on, let me see who's raising their hand. Sometimes I don't. I'll go with Adewale.
Oh, okay. So, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. So, what I will do is to provision a NAT gateway
Mm-hmm.
and create a route table that will route traffic through the NAT gateway and associate. Of course, I will need to create some subnets that will associate the route to that will make those subnets and private subnets.
Okay, perfect. So yes, so you create a NAT gateway, you create a route table. So what is, maybe I was reading something, maybe I missed that part. When you create a route table, did you mention what you would do with that, how you will configure that route table?
Okay, if I create a route table, then I will add a route that will route traffic through the NAT gateway.
Perfect. Perfect.
Then associate the route table with subnets, with newly created subnets. So that means I'll create probably a set of subnets.
Okay, cool. That is yes, that is the approach we will use. But keep in mind here that they're asking you to modify the VPC, right? So so you see over here, we are looking to improve security and segregation of our network. We have decided that, oh, I see what you are saying, because your NAT gateway always has to be in a public subnet, right? So that is why you said you would create the sets of subnets, right? So here they are also saying that we would like the private subnet that are not addressed. We will like the private subnets that are not addressed on the internet. So they want you to have private subnet, but in order yeah. So I'm thinking that do they want us to just make the subnets completely private or
So
what?
I think the reason is because they're saying we should modify the VPC to meet this requirement. So the current VPC is all, it appears to all be public. So what we have to do is we have to make them not public. So by not, I don't know if they allocated IP, what's it called, public IP on those subnets, but I think we have to like again, what makes it private is the fact that it's not auto allocating a public IP
Yeah.
to the resources in it. So that's probably what we have to do.
Yes. So
Okay.
so I
I kind
what
of have a
Adewale said.
contrary,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I have a contrary suggestion to that because, like you said, we'll still need our NAT gateways to be provisioned in public subnets. So what
Exactly.
the modification we'll need here will be to create a set of subnets that will later turn to private subnets. So in addition to the public subnets that were already created by the provided script.
That is true because that is the question I
I
have here.
kind of
So
disagree, and I
okay.
have something else to add to it. So
Okay,
in
sure.
this question thing, right, they didn't mention how many subnets you should have, right? So I would keep one public subnet and put the NAT gateway in it and convert two of the other subnets into private.
Oh, well, that's also a good idea, right? And that is also that is a perfect idea. I wasn't even thinking about that. I was more thinking of what Adewale was saying of I'll just create another subnet that is public and put my NAT gateway in there, and I'll just make the three subnets they already have private. So they didn't
But we
really
have to, sorry, but we have to keep in mind that if there's an outage in AZ1, it's going to affect AZ2 because we are routing all the public internet to the NAT gateway in
perfect.
AZ1. So we need two of everything. So at least there's that separation that if AZ1 is down, everything can still route to AZ2. So we have
That is true.
we have three subnets. We had one more. Two of them will become private. Two will be public. We need two NAT gateways and everything. There's that separation, right? In the event that one is down.
I agree. So
I
that's
agree.
another good point. Yeah, right. So we might have to create those extra subnets for the sake of, I was even just trying to solve their problem by just creating one subnet and put the NAT gateway in there. But yes, if that availability zone that NAT gateway is in should go down, everything else is going to go down. So having at least two new additional subnets is perfect, right? Yeah, so those are the approach. We would at least need to create two subnets. So I agree. Does anyone have like anyone opposed to that? And here they also told you that you should feel free to modify the code, and I think it would help you. It would just prove that you understand what you are doing, not just to complete the assignment, but also showing that you understand how to build and how to build an infrastructure that is resilient, and also considering having security considerations in it. Because I would have just used one subnet because that's just where my mind was going, and one NAT gateway. And if you build two, and during your interview, you are able to tell them, okay, yes, I built two because two is needed because of this reason. I think that is perfect. So yes, you are right. Two is fine. Two is what we should do. according to AWS best practice. So here on task 3, we are going to create 2 the subnets. Two route tables. No, not two NAT gateways. And how many route tables do we need?
Definitely 2, I believe.
Yeah, 2 route tables. Since we are going with 2 NAT gateways, yes, we need 2 route tables. And okay, something just came up. Let's talk about it. Let's look at the code. The way their code is set up right now, right? They are creating a VPC and they are creating a subnet in first availability zone, second availability zone, and third availability zone. So why do we need 2 NAT gateways? Doesn't that defeat the purpose? Because, okay, we have, let's say the first NAT gateway is for this availability zone. The second NAT gateway is for this availability zone. So when we create our route table, are we saying that we would have to associate 2 subnets with one route table, which also defeats the purpose of, I think it was Wahab that said it, that we should have a NAT gateway for each availability zone in the event that an availability zone goes down. So with the current solution we've designed, we are going to have 2 NAT gateways and 2 route tables, right? That means that one of the subnets will have to be getting the internet traffic through the route table, which is in a different availability zone. What if that is the availability zone that goes down?
So in that case, we should have 3. Is that what you think?
Yes. That is, you tell me.
Okay. So in my opinion now, sometimes I just have to consider cost in mind. We need to know whether the organization is willing to go above and beyond in terms of cost. Because the more NAT gateways we have, the more expenses we realize based on our elastic IPs. And we also need to consider, of course, it's good to have it as a best practice, but is the organization willing to spend in terms of cost? So, but if we have to do it for the sake of testing, I think we can have 3 NAT gateways, 3 route tables. That way, each subnet will be independent from failure. That's probably the best thing to do.
Perfect. So that is true. So if we want to, that is exactly how you guys should tell them during the interview. That is exactly how you should say. I'm not saying like say it how Ahmed said it, but your thought process should be along that line. Don't be afraid to throw ideas out there. Don't be afraid to say, you know what, this is how we are doing it. I think it's going to work better this way. Yes, if we add 3 new subnets and 3 NAT gateways and 3 route tables, yes, that will give us the AWS best practice where we know we are routing traffic through the NAT gateway in each availability zone. If one was to go down, the others would not be affected. But what do we value more? Do we value security or are we valuing cost? So sometimes companies might be leaning more towards an infrastructure that is cost efficient, but still has some security in it, but they don't want to go all the way in security. And when you guys take your solutions architect exam, you will see a lot of questions like this in there, where they would have 2 answers that are right, but the key is going to be in the question. They would maybe in the question they will have the client is asking you to create an infrastructure that is cost efficient. So let's say this is the question they have in the solutions architect course, right? Which they have a bunch of questions like this in it. Then you see that, okay, yes, if I create 2 NAT gateways here and use that, then I'm solving the problem. But then there's also another one that says create 3 NAT gateways. then you have to go with the solution that is much cost efficient, which is the one that creates less NAT gateway. So that is a good point I made, and that is exactly how I want you guys to approach it. So for practice sake, we are just going to say we will create 3. Three of each, but you have to discuss this with them. But I'll just put but this was. Olanike, go ahead. Are you raising your hand, or is that from raising your hand before?
That was from before. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, but discuss during. Yeah, so just make sure you bring up that point during the interview that, we're using 3 subnets here, but this will cost money. So it's just a good thing to add to it. Or vice versa, you can choose to use 2, right? And discuss why you decide to use 2. So both answers are right. It's just what the company wants to do when it comes to saving cost. Okay. So the last one here is, in order to provide a consistent environment on the team's CI server and each engineer's workstation, we have decided it will make sense to run Terraform in Docker. Create a Docker file and a wrapper script that will enable this. The script should be callable with the same argument as Terraform CI2. So here it is saying the script should be callable with init. It should be callable the same way you will run Terraform. Terraform init plan and apply, right? So meaning that so this part, I would have to do a research on this because I really don't know 100%. I really don't understand this script part, right? So this could be another knowledge gap we have to fill, but at least to start here, we know that here, this is just some filler words, right? But what they're asking you to do here is create a Docker file. So here, consistent environment. So each engineer's workstation decide this will make sense to run Terraform. So they are trying to run Terraform in Docker, right? So we have to create a Docker file. And in that Docker file, we would install Terraform, right? And I've done a project like this before. It's on YouTube. I can send you guys the link after so you guys can watch it. So we just have to write a Docker file, right? We'll create our Docker file. In our Docker file, what I can think of right off the bat is we would have Terraform installed. Then once we install Terraform, we can add the process to apply the code in there. We can add the process to apply our code, meaning that within the Terraform, once we install Terraform on Docker, we would just apply our code. So whatever our code is, we'll clone it, and we can run the apply. But I'm not 100% sure about what they mean about this part. Does anyone know? I'm not 100% sure. So this one, I will have to probably do a little bit of research just to fully understand what they mean. Or this is something you can also message them. Like, for this part, I just want to be clear on what do you really mean? Do you mean that once Docker comes on, it runs the code? Because what I'm assuming is, for example, let's say we make modifications to the code, we push it into the GitHub repository, right? To apply it, it's just going to create a container out of the Docker file we create, and whatever we specify on it, clone the repository and apply it for you. So every engineer, once they are pushing their code to the GitHub repository and it is merged, it would just automatically create a container that applies the Terraform code for you. So I think that's what they want.
Aziz,
Yes.
I'm trying to learn this Terraform a little bit, but the way I'm thinking about it right now is that the needs plan apply is related to the script that run the Terraform.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. So yes, so I think that's what they are. Yeah. So I think that's what they are saying too. So let me show you our CI/CD project. So that's what I think that they are saying. Like once the container starts, the container is just going to run the Terraform init, Terraform plan, or Terraform plan and Terraform apply, right? So you can see in our project, the CI/CD project, we have our Terraform code, right? But and in our build script to apply our AWS infrastructure, right? Here, you can see we have in that well, this is the CI/CD, but I'm just thinking about the same idea. Is see how here it does the Terraform init here, and it does Terraform apply here. So I'm thinking that is exactly what they want us to do here, but we are just using a script. So meaning that, go ahead.
Sorry, the script has to be in the Docker file, right? So
yeah,
just
exactly.
basically what you should know, we have to translate that into a Docker file and then build it, and then how do we then apply it? We just run the Docker file, right? We just run the Docker commands like Docker run, and that would build the infrastructure. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. So I mean, the way I'll solve this is maybe that's how you guys understand it is also how I understand it is I would just tax for I would create the Docker file. And in the Docker file, it would I would install Terraform. Then I'm going to clone my code from the repository. Clone repo. Then I'm going to apply Terraform. So that's how I will try to solve it. Go ahead, Amit.
Yes, Aziz. So I must, commend your thought process, how you actually organize with this whole project. So yeah, for me, let's say after, doing all these tasks breakdown, once we are done, maybe we should also ask ChatGPT for ChatGPT's opinion, right? And see if there's some, ideas we can also gather from, from the description of the job.
Yeah.
I'm just chipping in that thought just to make sure we don't mix anything out. But it's really good that we're having our own thoughts, but just to make sure we have a more, comprehensive view of everything from other perspective.
Yes, I agree. So that will be the also that's a good point. And here we can also put X GPT. That's also a good point. So you guys don't be afraid to ask ChatGPT stuff. Even at my company, they let us use ChatGPT. They even have a subscribe thing that we can use. So, but it's just we are train, they have policies on what we can ask, and we obviously we can upload code into it, but certainly for certain things you can ask questions, right? So yes, don't be afraid to use ChatGPT to say, you know what, I don't understand this part. Can you explain what this part of this code means to me? So here we've tried our approach, which this approach will solve the problem because they just want an environment. They want something that is consistent across all environments for all their engineers. This will do that. But if you want to be certain and you want a second opinion, yes, when we are working on task 4, we will also ask ChatGPT. Adiwale, go ahead.
Okay, my question is on that task 4, because reading the tax again, don't you think we will need like two files here, the Docker file and a wrapper script, maybe written in Bash or shell script? Because
Yes.
well, given what you just wrote out, it looks like we're just going to have Docker file and have everything, written out in the Docker.
Good. Perfect point. Perfect point. So in my thought process, right, exactly what I wrote, I wrote it that it says install Terraform, clone repository, and apply code, apply Terraform or whatever. So it is applying the code, right? For this apply code, you can do it 2 ways. So there's what Adewale said. For that command, that instruction in your Docker file that is applying Terraform, you could tell that instruction to call a script. So you can create your script that runs Terraform apply, right? And you just tell this command to call the script. So your script will be change directory into this directory and run this command. So you could create a script, call the script, or you could just put the instruction in Docker on your Docker file to do it. But obviously, since they're asking you to create a script, so you can just write the script that does the same thing. Both approach would work. So for this instruction, you will create a script. The script will be in the same directory as your Docker file. So when you get to that command on that instruction on your Docker file that is launching that is applying Terraform, instead of putting that instruction there on the Docker instruction, you can just, it could be a command. You know how on our Docker instructions, we have run CMD, right? It will just be a CMD and you just run whatever command you want to run, which is executing whatever script you've created. That's what I'm thinking now, At this point, we just even brainstorming. So I think all these ideas will work. Okay, so we don't have that much time. We'll probably just be able to walk through task 1 today. Then the next time, I'll give you guys this file so you guys can continue working on it. And when we come back, we can discuss. Yeah, so I'll give you guys the file. You guys can work on it. I count it as an additional assignment that you guys have to work on. And also, if you don't understand Terraform at this point, or you haven't got to the point where you are working on Terraform within your project or Docker, don't worry about it. The more of the things you should take away is just the approach you will use to work on your assignment and technical interview if one comes up, So, but by the time you get to your Terraform project and Docker project, you will know what you are doing. Okay, so let's work on the task 1 for today, then you guys can continue the rest. So for the task 1, we've said we are going to create Terraform module and create a different region in Ohio. So I'm just going to come back here. In the repo, I'm going to clone the repo. But you guys understand that when I'm cloning it now because this is my own repository, but when they give you access, it is a public repository, so you should be able to clone it. Well, no, you won't be able to clone it because you either need SSH or HTTPS. But since it's a public repository, you can just download the zip folder. Then it would give you everything, then you can work on it. But you won't just be able to clone and push back your update. So which is fine. So, but for this, I'm just going to clone it. So I'm just going.
Quick question, please.
Yes, sir.
Let's say this is a private repository. If I want to present my
your work, you want
your,
to
my
present
work,
your
yeah,
project,
my
your
work,
project.
yeah,
Okay.
with maybe the interviewer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So how do I do that? Or if I want to send my, let's say I want to send my repository to the recruiter or whatever, just to showcase what I've worked on.
Mm-hmm.
So how will they have access to my private repository?
It would have to be public. You would have to make your repository public. And to make your repository public, once you are in the repository, yeah, you can see right now it says the repository is public. If you want to change the visibility of that repository, let me go back and show you. You are in the repository. Here, you click on settings. Then you'll go down. You can see I'm in that repository, DevOps test. You go all the way down. You can see here, change repository visibility. So if you click this, it will be, because it's public now, it is saying change to private. And yes, I want to make repository private. And I'm going to click that. Yes, make this repository private. It will ask you for your password. And now if I go in that repository,
Okay.
you can see I need to click. Yeah, you can see now it is private. So this is your private repository now. If you want to make it public, again, once you are in that repository, you go to settings and scroll down, change visibility, change to public. Then I want to make this repository public. It's showing you this. Yes, I have read and understand. Make repository public.
Thank you.
Now the repository is public again. You can see. Okay, so you guys can go ahead.
Can I add to that answer? What you said is correct. You know, changing the visibility, and from my experience, because I've had a situation where I was given like a similar report to work on to build a pipeline, and those that gave the test insisted that the repo should be private. And the only way I was able to share my private repository with them was to add them as collaborators to that.
Perfect. That is true. Yeah. That is true. Yeah. So if they gave you the instruction that your repository should be private and they want to see what you are doing in it, then yes, you would have to make them a collaborator. And I believe how you do that is if you in this repository, if you click settings, collaborators is here, right? You click it and you can add people. You just get their GitHub username and you add them here by their username or email, right? But this is if you are working on a exam and they're asking you to do it that way. But for your resume and sharing what you've done on the different projects you're working on, it's just good to leave it on public because you don't know who is going to be clicking on your link and at what time. So you won't want to add everyone to your collaborator list. But I do agree, yes. If you're during the interview, that's what they're asking you to do, make it private. And what is said about adding collaborators, that is one of the best way to do it. Without the other way you can do is give them like SSH keys or stuff, but that is too much. But I think the collaborator works perfectly. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you, guys.
No problem. So this repository, you guys will have access to it because it is public. I'm going to, please remind me to post it in chat. Then what I'm going to do now to start working on it is I'm just going to clone it. So I'll open PowerShell and I'm going to clone it on my downloads. That's where okay, I've cloned it. So I'm going to change my directory into it. So I've changed my directory into that repository I cloned, and you can see it here. Then I'm going to just open it in Visual Studio Code. I will type to open it in Visual Studio Code. I'm going to type code space dot, and that will open it in Visual Studio Code for you. Okay, so for what we said we are going to, for our tax one, we are going to create it in module, and we're just going to start creating our Terraform module, right? So here you can see they have a tf-vars file that they are using to populate the value of their variable. This is the main.tf file that creates the VPC and EC2. And this is their variables file. So to start, what I would do is I will just create another folder here. I'll call that folder module. And in that folder, I'm going to create another folder. I'll call that folder VPC. And in that modules folder, I'll create another folder and I'll call that folder EC2. Because you guys understand that there are two resources in this file. So it is better to separate those resources. Or you can put everything into the module and just call it. It just means that when you call that module, it will always create a VPC and EC2. Since they're only giving you 3 hours, that would probably be the straightforward way to create the new infrastructure. Or what do you guys think?
Yeah, I feel separating them will look on me.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So we've created the VPC and EC2, right? So the next thing we are going to do is create in our VPC. Let's build the module for the VPC first. So here we are going to create 3 files in the VPC folder. So the first file is going to be main.tf. Then we'll create another file. That will be variable.tf. And we'll create the third file. That will be output. Are you guys seeing my screen or should I make this bigger?
Oh, it's fine.
If it's make it a little bit bigger.
Okay, cool. Yeah. What about this? Is this better?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So now here we'll create another file, and this will be output.tf. We're just creating, these are the 3 standard files you will find in the modules, right? So if we don't need any of the file, we can delete it at the end, but this is what we'll start with. So I've created those files. I'm just going to close it here, right? So this is the main.tf file they gave us. I'm going to open this is the main.tf file with all the codes, right? And in the main.tf file for our VPC, I'm just going to drag it here. Let me do it this way. The main.tf file for the VPC, I'm going to drag it here. And I like having this. I'll do it this way. And I'll close this for now. So this is the main.tf file for the VPC module, and this is their main.tf file. So here we just want to copy the resources for the VPC from here and go all the way down to here. So you can see this part to the end, that is EC2. So this is the VPC. I'm going to copy this part. I'm not copy, I'm just going to cut it out. So that way you can know what you've removed, and I'll paste it in my VPC main.tf. So this would create the resources for the VPC. So fine, I'm going to save that. Then the next thing we are going to do is, you can see it's giving us some errors here. We can close this main.tf for now. It is complaining about the variables. So here we're going to go to the variables. The variables in the code they gave us, these are all the variables for the VPC we just copied, right? So I'm going to, I was thinking something with that one I just copied. Yeah, so I'm going to copy all these variables, right? I'm going to copy all these variables. I didn't copy it, sorry, not copy, but I'm going to cut it out. And I'm just going to put it in my VPC variable. And I'll save my work. So in this variables.tf file they gave us, we've copied it, we've cut everything out of it. I'm just going to delete this file because I like working with like clean repository. Then in the main.tf file, we still have the EC2. So let's work on the EC2. So we'll do the same thing. We are going to create 3 standard file, main.tf. New file, variables.tf. And outputs.tf. Right. Then I'm just going to close all this. Then I'm going to go back to my main.tf here. For the code they provided, I'm going to copy this out. This is the resources. Copy this. Not copy it, cut it out. And I'm going to paste it in the EC2 main.tf. I'll save my work. Also in here, they have the output in the EC2 one. This is getting the resource from the EC2. So the value is is the DNS, public DNS of the EC2 instance. So I'm going to cut this out and paste it in the output for the EC2 and save. And I'm going to, so here they have the provider region, right? This we really don't need because you guys know that when you are creating Terraform module, you don't have to specify a provider in the module. But when we create our project that is going to create the infrastructure, we'll just specify this again. So we really don't need this for now, but I'll just remember that. But for now, I'm just going to comment it out because I don't like every time it always shows that red thing. So I'm just going to comment it out and save it and close it. So let's look at the VPC, what we need to do. Here, we have the resource that is creating the VPC. The VPC CIDR is variable, which is good. Everything here, the availability zone, everything is all variable. So really looking at this VPC, we don't have to change anything here. The only thing we have to do is, remember when we create this VPC resource, the EC2 has to be created in the VPC. And if you look in here, the EC2 will be created in one of the subnets. So that means that in our VPC module, we have to export our subnets ID. So you guys understand that part, right? So because we are going to need the ID of the subnet and possibly the ID of the VPC. So when we create the VPC module, we have to export the value of the VPC ID and the value of the subnet ID. So that is why in our outputs.tf, we'll create an output. Let's call this one VPC ID. And for the value, it is going to be, let me close this, and I'm going to move this here so you can see. By exporting, we want to export the value of the VPC ID. So for the value is going to be this resource type and reference name. We paste it here. We remove this, add a period, and here we add another period and type ID. We'll do the same thing. Let's just export all the 3 subnets. So we're going to come down here and type outputs. And we'll give the output a name. The name can be anything. I'll just go with the name they have here. This is subnet A, right? So I'll call it subnet A ID. Subnet A ID. Then the value is going to be this resource type and the reference name. And ID. Then I need to export the other 2 subnets. So I'm just going to copy this output and enter it twice. Because you know the naming convention is the same. So all we have to do here is once we paste it, I'm just going to change this to B and change this to B. And change this to C and change this to C. So that is how I will export those values. So you guys understand what I did is the output name is whatever you want to call it, but the value you are trying to reference for the C, I'm referencing AWS subnet C, which is what you are seeing here, AWS subnet C. So that's all we need to do for the outputs here. I'm going to save all. So I believe at this point, we are done with the VPC module. We have our main.tf. We have our output.tf where we export the values, and we have our variables.tf. So now let's work on the EC2. Before I work on the EC2, does anyone have any questions? Okay, then let's work on the EC2. I'm going to start in the main.tf because that's always the important one, right? For this AMI, okay, let me ask you guys a question. We've said this is a Terraform module we use to deploy in as many regions as we want. And over here in this resource, I can see that the value of the AMI is hard-coded. My question is, it's just one question. Can we use this AMI? Can we leave this code as it is and just use this AMI across all of our deployment, or do we need to change it? And if you say we need to change it, why?
I think you need to
change
change it
Why?
because the value is different from the other region. The AMI value is different from the AMI value in the other region.
Correct. So, but the AMI the AMI value, yes, you are right. But yes, you are right. But Is there a better way you can explain to me why that, I understand. So you are saying that this AMI value is different. Yes.
Yes.
We might want to use a different AMI. We don't have to come into the code. We just change it from the, the TFS.
Yes. 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 So the main reason why we should is what Mr. Larry said. Because the reason, what I guess when you are explaining it, try to make it as clear as you can, so that way you don't leave any room on the table for them to think you are guessing. The reason why we should change this AMI is because in the different regions AWS have, what Mr. Larry said, the AMI is different. It is not going to be the same. You can't use one AMI for all the regions. Every region has its own AMI, which they are different. So that's why we can't use this. This would be equivalent to the London region because that's where they created this. If we try to use this AMI in the Ohio region, it is not going to work. So to solve this problem, what do we have to do?
Create a variable.
Yes, create a variable. So I'm just going to cut this out. Now just create a variable. I'll call it var dot. It might confuse you if I do it that way. So let me do it this way. We have to create a variable. So I'll come to the variables.tfl and type variable and the name of the variable, AMI ID. Right? And the way they did their variable, we don't have to put anything in there. Just like you see how they did their variables here. We don't have to put anything in there. So we'll call it AMI ID. And let me drag this here so you can see. So we are creating a variable. We call it AMI ID. So here, I'm just going to cut this out for now, and I'll put it in my notes so I don't forget it because I'm going to need it later on. Okay. So for the AMI, I'm going to call it var dot AMI ID, which is the one I created here. So the instance type, we can leave that. The security group, we can leave that. The subnet ID. So the next thing we have to create is the subnet ID, right? Because remember, the subnet is created in the VPC. So here we need to be able to reference the subnet once it is created in the VPC. To reference it, do you guys remember, for those of you that have worked on the Terraform module, do you remember how we are going to reference it here? So remember, my subnet was created. I'm going to close these variables for now so you can see the screen. Remember, my subnet is created in the VPC, right? And I export the value of the subnet ID here. So in this main.tfl EC2, they are using the subnet A ID. So I need to reference it from the VPC.
Put the path to the VPC.
So let me explain how you reference it. So when you guys are, it's kind of like, it took me a while to understand it. Well, it didn't take me a while, but it could be confusing, but this is how you think about it. Okay. This is my EC2, and I'm trying to reference a subnet that I created in the VPC, right? In order to reference any attribute that is in your VPC, first in the VPC module, you have to export those attributes. That is why in our outputs.tf file, we export it, right? Those are things you are seeing here. So if I want to reference the subnet AID, which I need in the EC2 instance, all you have to do is come to your VPC module. For the output of the attribute you are exporting that you want to reference, copy the name. So since I'm trying to put my EC2 in the subnet in the subnet A, right? This is the ID that I export for the subnet A. I'll copy the name. Then you come back to your EC2 module, right? Here, all you have to do is just remove this and create a variable for it. You type var dot and paste that name there. So you guys understand, for whatever you are trying to reference that is in another module, first that output has to be export from that module. Then you can copy the exact name you exported as and add it as variable in your other module that wants to consume it. But remember, when you create a variable here, you also have to create the variable in your variables.tf file. So that is why it is giving me this error. So I have to go in my variables.tf file. I'll create a new variable. I'll just do this. I just variable and paste the name of the variable I just created there. So this is the order I go by so I don't get confused. Let me show you. Remember, you copy the output name from where you export it, then you just add it as variable here, but then you have to also create a variable in your variables.tf file in the EC2. So that's all you need to do. And for the rest of this arguments, we will leave it as the same. Now we need to do the same thing here under the security group. We need to Ahmed, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for that. So I was wondering, in what situation do we need to put that path, that period slash, let's say we want to make reference to the VPC folder. I believe they say the period is like a step forward or something like that. Then we now put a slash, then the VPC folder. So in what kind of situation do we need that in this example?
You mean this? You mean the source when we do the specify the source?
Right. Source path.
Yes, that would be when the projects that are consuming the module. So right now we are still creating our backend module that we will be calling. You'll see, we'll get to that. So,
okay.
So you understand that this code we are creating, this VPC, right, and the EC2, right, in those folders, those are code that we want to be able to reuse. So when you have a project that want to use this VPC, that is when that project will say module, right? You give the module a name, then you say source. Where is that module located?
Okay. Yeah, I just remember. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right. So here we need to do the same thing for the, we need the VPC ID in this EC2 module, right? So first, the VPC ID is created in the VPC module. And in order to use it in the EC2, we have to export the ID. So when you need an output, when you need an attribute that is referenced, when you need an attribute that is created in a different module, remember the first step is to go in that module, look in the outputs.tf file. There should be an output exporting that attribute you need. If there isn't an output there, you would have to create it. So here I need the VPC ID. There's an output here that is exporting the value of my VPC ID. So I'll just copy the output name. Then I'll go back to the module that wants to use it, which is the main.tf here. And I'll just add it as a variable. That is how you do it. You type var dot the name of the output. Then when you create a variable, you also have to create a variable. Like when I'm referencing a variable in my main.tf, it is giving me this red line because the variable does not exist. So I have to create it here. So I'm just going to type variable. Then paste the name of that output. I'm just going to close this here and save my file. So that's all we have to do. We have our variables.tf file here. We have the output. This is what they gave us. And we have our code. So our code looks good. And in the VPC, we've already reviewed that. That looks good. So I'm going to close this now. So now these modules are ready to be used. So any project you want to create, maybe you want to deploy this in 10 different regions, you can use it, right? So to use it, we are going to create a new folder. So Ahmed, this is the one what you were talking about, right? So how do I do this? So this, I'm going to delete this later shortly, but I mean, this is what you are talking about. We have our module, the EC2 and the VPC. So now we want to deploy the actual infrastructure in the London region. So here, we are just going to create a folder for that project. So let's call this London, right? This is the project that is going to call the module. Then in that London, we are going to create a new file and call the file main.tf. Then in that file, there's one thing I want to do here. You guys remember here where we have the provider file, right? Where we have the provider here, we want to, that in the project that is going to create that infrastructure, that is where we are going to use it. So we would, in this main.tf, I'm just going to copy this out. I'm going to cut it and paste it in my main.tf for now. And save my work. And I'm going to delete this main.tf because I don't need it. Right. So I'm going to uncomment this. So the trick that I showed you guys in the Terraform project, how we can use the region, how we can specify the region across all the resources we are going to create is we can create a variable here in this project that is called locals. So if you type L in there, it will give you the thing. So that just means for the local variable, right? This variable, instead of specifying it here, we can just add it in the locals here at the top of our project. So that way, any other resources that needs this region, we can just reference it, and you will see that shortly. So here, I'm just going to copy the name of the variable and paste it here. And it is going to be equals to whatever our region is. Our region is, if we look in the TFVAS, is US, EU, West 2. So we're going to copy it and paste it here. So now for the provider, instead of putting var region, we can just reference it by saying local dot region. So this local is referring to this local. And because in this local, you can have as many local variables in there, right? So we are saying in this local variable, what do we want to reference? The region. So it's going to reference whatever the value of the region is here. So it is just an efficient way of specifying your region, because when I create my VPC module, I will also have to specify my region. So I don't want to put var region. So it's better to just specify your region here and you just reference it. It just makes your code look cleaner. So this provider is just a way for us to authenticate. You guys know that. Then we would create our module. So I mean, this is what you were talking about. We type module, the name of the module, VPC. Then here, we are going to enter our source and the path to your source. The path is going to be ... So you guys know what ... mean is. When you guys see that in here, let me show you in the terminal here. You guys know that when I'm in one directory, right now I'm in the DevOps test directory. It took me a while. I've been using this for a very long time, maybe like 2 years that I was working, and I didn't realize what it meant. I always say it in the module, but I didn't fully understand what it meant. So what that // mean is like, currently in this terminal, I'm in the DevOps test directory. And you guys know that when we want to, if we want to go back to the previous directory we were in, we just type // and press enter. No, no.
CD dot dot.
CD, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I mean. CD CD // then that would take me, you saw that took me back to the downloads directory, right? Thank you. So that is what that // means. It just means like you are going back one directory. So if you look in your Terraform project, right, your infrastructure code is in the London folder. So what you are telling it here is, I'm sorry. That is Siri talking. I'm sorry. So it is your module right now is in this London folder. So you are telling it that the VPC module you want to reference, it would have to come out of this folder, which is what that // means. Then you tell it what folder it needs to go into, which is module, right? That's the name of the folder it needs to go in. Then in this folder, there are also some folders in there. You need to tell it where it needs to go, which is the VPC. So Ahmed, this is what you were referring to. Does that make sense now?
Yes, it does. Yeah, I was quite impatient.
Yeah,
Thank
no, I
you.
think you were just thinking ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But Aziz, please, I'm sorry to ask this question.
No, you're fine.
Why not add the CD?
Oh,
Yes,
you mean?
us.
You mean why not? Because that Terraform understands when you. So when we are working in the terminal, that's a good question. When we are working in terminal, you saw that I was trying to use the idea of the Terraform here. That was what was in my mind when I typed this. It didn't work because in the terminal, it expects you to put the CD there.
Yeah.
But in Terraform understands that when you put this // and / that you are trying to go back. So it understands it as CD. So you don't have to put it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've not gotten into that stage yet.
Yeah. So when you script a lot, in the scripting, like shell scripting and stuff like that, you don't have to put the CD. Anytime you put this in your shell script, the system understands that you are trying to go back one directory.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So yes,
Sorry, I've seen directories with just a single dot. Could there be single dot, more than 2 dots? Yeah, I think these ones actually, I'm a bit confused. I understand the, CD dot part, but sometimes I see one, sometimes I see, I don't know if I've seen 3, but I don't know how many more we could go with the /.
For as long, there may be more. I don't know if anyone knows anyone that's more, let me know. I'll be learning something new. There is two / and there's 1. If you have, let's say here for our part, let's say here for our part, we said we did something like this, dot, right? The dot means that the file you are trying to reference is in the same directory you are currently in.
Yeah, so your working directory.
Yeah. You understand?
Okay.
So that means that if you see a dot somewhere, it means that whatever you are trying to reference is in this current working directory that you are in. So that would mean if I put this, right, that would mean that my module VPC has to be in this London directory. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Present directory. Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's what the dot means. But when you have 2 dots, that just means you want to go back to your previous directory. Okay. I was working, I just always use it, but I didn't really fully understand what it meant until one day. I'm not sure how I stumbled across it, but somehow I just realized that, oh wow, this is what this means. So when you do a lot of shell script, you will be using the dot and .. a lot. Okay. So we've specified our module. Then the next thing we need to do is add. So another key thing I want you guys to remember is anytime you call a module, we are calling the module VPC. So when you call any module, the next thing you must do is go into that module you are calling. In that module, there will be variables.tf file. Any variable that is listed there, you need to specify it. So here, since the variables are listed here, I'm going to copy all these variables. And in my London project, I'm going to press enter under the source and paste those variables there. So when you paste the variables here, we only just need this, the name. We don't need the variable. So this is the trick I use. I'll select everything from the quote to the variable. I'll press Control F to find. And I'm going to press the drop down here, and I'm just going to replace all. So that's going to remove that for me. And I'm going to do the same thing here. Select the quote and the bracket, press Control F to find. And this, we want to have an equal sign. So I'm just going to type space equal and press replace all. And that will replace that for me. Then I can just close the gap here. Once you close the gap, then I can also select everything and press the tab key. So anytime you guys tab and you see that it is adding more space than you want, you can, in your PowerShell, and my zoom is in the way, obviously. So let me move it up here. So in your PowerShell here, let me just drop this here. You can see this thing that says space 4, select it and select indent using spaces and select 2. I like 2, I don't like 4. So you can see it now made it 2. I'm going to save my file and just tab back 1. What did I do? Shift tab. Okay. So that is the what the module expects. Remember, whatever argument you specify here, whatever variable is in the module you are trying to call. Then for the value, we are just going to, for the region, remember we specified the region as local. So here, I'm just going to type local.region. So if you have to...
Sorry, Aziz. Can you just maybe quickly explain what a local is again, one more time?
Okay, sure. So how I understand it is, you can see in this project, I would have to reference my region variable 1 time here and 2 times here. So if I don't want to keep typing var region, you can, because if you type it that way, it will work, right? But it is just a way to add 1 variable here at the beginning of your project and be able to use the same. So that way, I'm only referencing it from 1 place as opposed to having it in multiple places. I mean, there's even other ways you can use it too, but I don't have that specific examples here. It just allows you, so think of it this way, it allows you to, okay, so let's say in the module itself, right, the region has a default. Let's say we have default here. That is US East 1, right? So when we call this VPC module in this London one, we can use the local to override whatever that default is on the backend one. Does that make more sense?
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. So this local just allows you, if you have to reference a value multiple times in your project, you can use local, or if there is a default value on the backend, but in your main project, you don't want to use whatever they've specified as the default, you can use local to override it in your project. So those are the ways I've seen them use it. Into save my work here. And so for the VPC CIDR, remember they gave us the TF vars here. I'm just going to move this here. For the VPC CIDR, it is this. And I'll paste that here. And for the CIDR, for that one, subnet A, subnet B, and subnet C. Close this, and I'm just going to delete this file because I don't need it anymore. I'm just going to save my file, save all. So
I have a question. Sorry. Is it possible to, I know we're using where I don't know if that's the correct word to use, but we're hard coding this site as now. Is it possible to then to use a variable
yes,
instead of putting it this way?
Yes, you can use a variable, but sometimes you would need a variable if this module you are creating, another module is going to consume it. But you guys know that sometimes they can have module and the module, another module is calling that module. That's when it gets into like that rabbit hole, right?
So
exactly.
It's better for situations like this. You just put that number there. When they call it, we know this is the number instead of going in and finding another number, right?
Exactly. Typically, you will see them add variables here if another module is going to consume it.
Okay.
Yeah, but since no other module is going to consume this, we can just put our values here.
Yeah, yes, Aziz. I was even thinking we will use the TF vars just like we did in the previous project you taught us.
Yeah, so in that one, I was just showing you how to do it with the variable, like what I was just mentioning, and the TF vars. But for like something like this, you don't have to, you can just put your value here.
Gotcha.
So it's just to expose you to the different ways you will see them at work using it. On some projects, you will see them just enter it like this, especially if it is a project where there's something else calling it. But if there's a potential that module might be called in another module, then they will use variable for it. So we could have, for this value, we could have put variable and specify the actual value in TF vars, but meaning that this is a test and it's like kind of like they are limiting you to 3 hours, so you can do it this way, it's fine. So we've referenced our VPC module. Now this will create our VPC module. Now we need to create our EC2 module. So we are going to do the same thing, module. The name of the module EC2, source. Just like we did here, we are going to go out one directory, module, and the name of the module. So we'll come out from the London, we go into the module, and the module we want to reference is EC2. So here we type EC2. Then remember what I said, for whatever module you are calling the EC2, that is why you are seeing this red line here. It is expecting the arguments from it. And this argument here comes from, no, it's called, I always struggle whether it's called attribute or argument, but I think it's called attribute, right? So it is expecting the attribute for this EC2, and the attribute, you will find it in the module you are calling. So go in the module, there will be a variables.tf file there. If there is no variables.tf file in that module, it wouldn't give you this error. But if there's a variable there, that's when it gives you this error. So you go there, select your variables.tf, copy everything you see in there, go back to your project that is calling it, paste it here. Then I'll just format this. Right, then I'm going to tab this. I'm going to remove the space. So now let's, for the AMI ID, right? That is the ID of our AMI. So I think I save it here in my notes. I'm going to copy it. and paste it here. And for the subnet ID, remember the subnet we want to create this EC2 instance in is created in the VPC module here. So to reference it, you have to put module, right? And the module you want to reference is VPC. So this name is exactly the name of the module, VPC. Then you press enter. I mean, not enter, add a period. And in this VPC module, remember this VPC module is this, right? In this VPC module, what attribute in there are you trying to reference? So you have to go in your outputs, right? Whatever output, remember you export your attributes in the output. So the attribute we are trying to reference is our subnet. So we can just to put our EC2 instance in subnet C, B, or A. I'll just use A to be consistent with the code. Copy the output name, and that is what you put here. Once you work with module a lot, it will make sense. You know, it was very confusing for me the first time too. So let's do the same thing for the VPC. Remember, the VPC ID. Remember the VPC ID is, yes.
Sorry, I think one of the points that you specified that whatever will happen on this left-hand side, like the subject, a subnet AID. So once you have model VPC, just copy whatever you have then copy it, which seems the same, right?
Yeah, it's the same. Yes. So
yeah.
Okay. In that one, I explained it the simple way because yes, it is when we created the variable, right? We are using the same, but the same, we are using the same name. So that's why you can just copy it from here and paste it here. But in this example, what I should have done is show you actually where it is coming from. So in this example, I'm showing you that this is actually coming from the output file. Yeah. But because when we created the variable, we already used the same name as the output file. So that's why you can copy it from here to there. So here, the VPC ID is in the VPC module. So we'd have to specify module, VPC, right? Dot, where is this attribute? Where did we export this attribute in the VPC module? And we did it in the output.tf file. And the name of the output is VPC ID. So we'll copy it and we'll paste it here. And that is all we need to do to create our, I'm going to save it. That's all we need to do to create the infrastructure we are recreating the infrastructure in the US East 2 region, right? So now, another thing I like to do here is I'm going to put output to export the name, So I'll just put EC2 domain. Then for the value, I'm going to, remember when we have in the EC2 module, we output this, right? So this is going to give us the DNS of the public DNS of our EC2. So yeah, to reference it, I like to do it this way. We'll put HTTP. We'll just add HTTP to it. So that way to create a link, HTTP:// then we are going to interpolate it by doing the $ thing you see us do and put everything in the bracket. So the bracket, remember we export it in the EC2, right? So to reference it, we are going to copy the name of the output and we would reference it here by typing first the module. I can spell dot. The name of the module is EC2. And the attribute in that EC2 we want to reference, which is this attribute. And that's all we need to do. So we'll save this work. And now we can run our code. So I'm going to minimize this. And in the London.
Sorry, Aziz, can you scroll down? I want to see okay, so module.ec2.nginx_domain.
Yeah, so this nginx_domain came from our EC2 module. The outputs we
Oh, okay, that's
specified
what you
there.
named it. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was yes, that is outputting the public DNS. Yeah, so that's the name that came with their code. So I just left it there. I would name it something different, just to be clear. So now in this London project, we are going to run this code. So you remember one thing I always say is you guys should get in the habit of is when you are trying to open your terminal, just right click on the file in that same directory and click open in integrated terminal. Then you can type, then we are going to initialize. So Terraform init. Say it is downloading the modules here. Okay, that is done. And my zoom is in the way. So now I'm going to run. I'm going to clear my screen so you guys can see. And I'm going to run Terraform apply. And type yes. It's creating the module now. Give it some time to finish creating it. Okay, so that is done. If I go into my console, and I have to go into the region, that's the London region. We just created it. I'll go to EC2 and instance running. You can see I have an EC2 instance in there that is initializing. And what if we check the VPC? Your VPCs. You can see the VPC we just created here. This is the one. Obviously in the code, they didn't give it a name. So this is it, because I remember the site block. Okay. The next thing they said is like when we launch it, right, it should have, we should have like Nginx, the Nginx welcome page. So let's test that. We are going to, the reason why I output this is so I can have this link. So I just hover it and click follow link and open. So that will work. It's just sometimes when you use that DNS thing, it always gives you, and it could be because the EC2 instance is still just coming up. But I really don't like using this DNS. So what I'm going to do is, let me go back to the EC2 instance. I'll just use the public IPv4 address because I feel that works better. And part of it too is, okay, the instance is running now. So I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to paste it here. Press enter. Let me issue. I'm just going to try it in a
I don't think
company.
we do anything for security groups. Can we check? I can't remember us doing anything for that.
We did. Let me see.
Okay.
So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, we can check. So here, we have in the backend module here, the security group is here. They already had the security group in there. So here they are opening port 80 from anywhere. It works. I know it works. It's probably my web browser. I'll try it in incognito. So they have port 80 here, right? And they are opening port 443. And they're also opening port 22. So let's check the EC2 instance. Then that's what I'm saying. Anytime you are doing demo, things always go wrong. I can't count how many times an engineer will be doing demo at work and they've tested everything works. And when they are doing the demo, something is going wrong. So that's why I'm saying troubleshooting is always part of things you do. So here, if we check our EC2 instance security group is here. We are opening the necessary thing. It could be like the scripts we are running hasn't just finished executing, and that is why it is giving us. And sometimes the web browser would. Let me go back to the EC2 dashboard, running instance. Details, copy this. I'm just going to try it in incognito. See, it works. That's something you guys have to be sure about what you are doing, because sometimes when you run it, right, and it doesn't work, you think there's an issue in your code, and you can possibly waste 1 hour trying to find the error, but there is really no error. It's just like maybe, I think what it is I tried to access my website before my script was done, because before my script was executed. So remember the script, there's a script in their code they provided. There's a script in it that is installing Nginx and starting the service, right? So we have to wait for that script to finish running before we try to access our site. So I think that was what happened. And also, your web browser tends to store history of your previous session. So if you try it in your web browser, it doesn't work, just try it in incognito, and you can see it does work. And if I paste this IP in the chat, if you guys try to access it on your end, it is going to work too. So let me try it here again and see. I'm just going to close this browser. Paste it here, press enter. Now it is working. What about the DNS that I created in the code? That one is also working. So the issue was just we try to access it faster. Okay. Does anyone have any questions so far? All right. So the next thing, the last thing we'll do for today, and you guys can go and watch the playback of this video, then use the code to finish the working on the rest of the assignment, right? The last thing we are going to do is deploy in the second region they want us to deploy. So here we have the London region. And yesterday I was trying to access the Ohio region and it was giving me some issue. Let me see if I can, if it is still the same way. If it is, I'm just going to use a different region. Also, for some reason, I can't access it. So if I try to launch an EC2 instance in here, you see what it is doing? It keeps going away. So I'm not sure if you guys are having that same issue. I just noticed this yesterday, so it won't even let me access my EC2 console in Ohio. So since I'm having that issue, I'm just going to use a different region. So I'll use my favorite region, which is US. US is one. Okay. So in my code, so I know they said, oh, launch it in Ohio, but you guys understand what I'm doing because I can't access Ohio. And if you guys are working on your stuff, if you're working on your technical exam, you can access one region. Don't waste time there. Just use a different region and explain the reason why you use that. So since I can access Ohio, I'm going to create a folder for a different region. which is Virginia. Not even spelling that right. Yeah. See how you spell it? I'm always terrible at spelling. Let me see. Yeah. Sometimes when I spell stuff, it always looks like it's wrong when I'm looking at it. Virginia. Okay. Then the next thing I'm going to do is in this region, right? If I want to just do it the easy way, in this new region, right? All I can do is just copy my main.tf from the London region, copy it, and paste it in the Virginia region, right? Then here, once I paste it, right? Let me minimize this so you can see. In my Virginia region, I have my main.tf. I also have to modify some values in here. This will be US East 1. Then everything else. Remember they said that we should use a CIDR block that does not overlap. Since I really don't, I've done this before. The one time I had to calculate CIDR block that does not overlap, I was able to do research and do it, but I don't remember. So I was going to ask ChatGPT. I'm going to copy this. I'm just going to go here. I'm going to type something like, I want to create the subnet. First, I'm just going to paste this here. Because I want to create another VPC and subnet that spider that is on client with compliant with RFC 1918, right? That is what they want it to be compliant with. Where is that thing? Here, RFC 1918, and does not overlap. And it's not overlap the following. See that. Then I'll just come down here. Or I can even put it here. Please provide output in this format. Maybe I can use this. Sometimes if you are not specific with ChatGPT, it will just give you a bunch of different things. So you want to be a little bit specific. I think I'll do it for REST. I'll do it for this too. Okay, I'll run that. So I'm saying I want to create another VPC with subnet CIDR that is compliant with the RFC 1918 and does not overlap with this CIDR, and I'm asking it to provide the output in this format. So we'll see. So it's explaining the reasons why it is. So this is something you should put in your notes and at least try to understand how we got to this. It's something I'll do too, right? Then, but I got the format of the site that I want. I'm just going to copy it and
Aziz, I have a question, quick one.
yeah.
Do you know how to use a CIDR calculator? I was doing my professional certification exam. I watched this Udemy video on how to use a CIDR calculator, but I never get a chance to use it or come across the need for it. So I was wondering if you've ever used it before.
I've used it before to calculate the CIDR one time that I need to calculate one for our VPC at work. But I have my notes. I remembered it then, but since I don't do it often, I forget how to use it. But I've
I
used
put
it
one in the
before.
chat. I put one in the chat. This one is actually very good. You
Okay.
just have to put the range and
Oh well, okay.
and yeah.
Okay. So I'll play around with this one once yeah, this is good. Let me bookmark it. So just going to bookmark it here. Yeah, I'll look at it later on because I don't create VPC CIDR and do the calculations very often. So the next time I always try to do one, I always forget. So let me but it's something that I need to master. So I'm going to paste that one ChatGPT created for me here, and I'm just going to tab it. So we have modified that. We have updated the CIDR. The next thing we need to do is update our AMI because the AMI is going to be different in every region. So we are going to go back to the console and here. I'm already in Virginia. I'm going to launch an EC2 instance. And here, this is the AMI of the Amazon. The AMI they provided us, I'm not sure what AMI that is, but I'm just going to use the Amazon Linux 2023. And I'm going to come back to the Terraform code here and paste it here. And that's all we need to do to create our code for the next region. So I'm going to save my file and run my code for the Virginia. I'm going to right click on it, open integrated terminal. Going to type Terraform in it. I'm going to type Terraform apply. And yes. Yeah, and that's done. So going to go back to my console, cancel. US East 1 Virginia, you can see I have one EC2 instance initializing here. And let's go to the VPC. And here we have your VPCs, and here the VPC is here. So everything looks good. We just need to wait some time before we try to access our server because it might give me that same error again. So I'll wait for this to pass the status check, then I would try to access it. Does anyone have any question? So in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'll clean up later on and I'll push this code so you guys can download it and you can continue working on it. Let me try. I'm still going to try and see. Open incognito window. Yep, it's probably not done running the script. So, close it. Yeah, this one is taking a long time to initialize. Because I want it to be done so I can delete my state file. Yeah, because that may cause issue when you guys try to run your so I can delete my state file and delete the infrastructure. So still taking time to initialize. Going to copy, paste again, paste it here. There you go. It's working. So you can see we have the Nginx welcome page. What if we use the DNS here? Open. There you go. So that is it for tax 1. Then you guys remember for tax 2, you just have to complete what we discussed, which we said for this one, we will need an auto-scaling group. And for tax 3, we are going to set up, when you guys are working on it, you already understand the concept of, we discussed it, we need multiple NAT gateways, but I mean, you guys don't launch 3 NAT gateways and incur charges, but for practice, you can do 2 and destroy it. Once you've tested it works, remember to clean it up and work on this part with trying to write a Docker file to apply your Terraform code. So let me clean up. I'm going to destroy everything.
Aziz.
Yeah.
So while you're destroying this, let me ask a question concerning the Docker file. Are we going to create a Docker file for the bash scripts that we deployed on EC2?
So you're going to deploy you're going to create a Docker file that can apply Terraform code.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Then within your Docker file that can apply Terraform code, it sounds like they want you to use a script to apply it as opposed to using a Docker instruction. You understand?
Vaguely. Maybe when I have access to the repository, I may understand better.
Yeah. So write a script. So a script will just probably be, you might just have like 2 words in there, like 2 commands. Initialize Terraform, apply, right? But then you can change your working there. What's the best way I can? So when you create your Docker, when I create a Docker file, I'll show you kind of like what my idea is, because I have an idea I'm going to create it. but I'm not 100% sure either. So you can create your Docker file. Just remember when you create your Docker file, you have base image. Then within your Docker file, you want to install the dependencies you need on it. This one is Terraform. You need Terraform on your container, so you install Terraform. The next thing is you would need to clone your Terraform code from your repository, right? So you can either choose to add that instruction on your Docker file or do it through your script. So once you install Terraform on your image, right? The next thing can be your script that is cloning the repository that is doing all the rest of the things you need to do to apply your Terraform code. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah. Probably after cloning the repo, we have to probably unzip it if we have to,
Exactly. Any other things you need to do, yes, you can either do that through the Docker instruction or just write a script that your Docker instruction will call that will do all that stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that one is done. Let me destroy the London one. Yes. Yeah. I'm going to wait for that to be completed. I'll clean up this and I'll push the rest. I'll push the code to the repository and I'll give you guys the link. Okay, this one is done, so I can just delete this one. Move to bin. Delete.
Hello.
Mr. Henry, were you talking to me, or I didn't know if you were talking to me or if you were?
Yes, I was.
Oh.
Yeah, I was thinking my volume is.
Oh no.
Is there
Yeah.
any way? Is there any way I can make up with anything? 20 seconds. Okay.
I can't really hear you.
I said, is there any way I can meet up with you later? Meet up on some things.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll be online later on this evening. So if you're online, just
Okay.
send me a message.
Okay, please. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Have a good one.
Are we done with this stuff?
Yeah, we're pretty much done. We're done. I will send you the link so you can, whenever you have chance, you can work on the rest of the stuff on it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Delete. Okay. So right now I'm using Virginia, and so when you can choose to use Ohio if it works for you. Update. I've pushed it. It is here. And this is the address to the repository. I've pasted in the chat. And I also put it in the Slack channel too. So all the instructions are in the README file. So you'll be able to see all those instructions there. You are welcome. So all the instructions of what we need to do is in the README file in that same repo. So you can fork it so you have it in your repo and you'll be able to see those things, or you can download the file. Okay, Olanike. All right, so we are done with this. That's pretty much it. I have 30 minutes that I can help. Well, for about 40 minutes, I have to go in like at 2:30 my time. So if I can help you guys troubleshoot for those that need help troubleshooting something, hopefully it'll be.
Yeah.
Yes, Aziz, but I'm trying to set it up.
Okay.
All right.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Aziz.
Hello.
Just a quick one.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just excited about Tuesday, the Tuesday next week when for the Kubernetes that is launching. So I can't wait to dig in. Just
Oh, yeah, thank
my
you.
comment.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, please give me your feedback once you are done. And that one is long. Okay, I guess I should tell you guys, right? Because you guys are already, some of you guys, for those that have gotten to the Docker project, you've already worked on a Docker project and you've pushed your Docker image to ECR. So a very good first half of that project is covering everything you did in Docker. Because in order for you to work with Kubernetes, you cannot do Kubernetes without understanding Docker, right? Because it's for container orchestration, right? So in that project, the very first half of it, although I have updated a lot of stuff in the project, like the VPC creation and everything, I've updated it. But the first half of the project, all the way to the part where we pushed our container image into ECR, that is literally the ECR project. So what I'm just trying to say is if you already have your ECR image, you can just, and you understand container building your image and all that stuff, how we did our environment variables, then you can just go straight to start from wherever the lecture after we pushed our image, start from there. Although I would say you should watch everything because it covers everything from setting up your AWS infrastructure, Docker, building your Docker image, and creating your EKS cluster. So it covers everything. The course is slightly longer than the other ones you are used to because it is like is pretty much everything. You have to understand everything. It's not just like one project where we deployed a dynamic application on a LAMP stack. With this, you have to understand Docker, you have to understand how to build your AWS infrastructure, how to set up the necessary things you need to set up, the softwares you need to install, and how to deploy your application on EKS. So it covers a lot of topics. But once you start, you'll see what I mean. And you guys feel free to give me your feedback once you've gone through it.
Yeah. Aziz, quick question on the Terraform project as well.
Yes, sir.
Why do we have to create give the project a new name after like when we created the Docker? Why do we have to give a the Docker another name after?
That is just how Docker works. So when you build an image, I understand what you're saying. When you build your image on your local machine, right? You give it a name. But then when you create a repository in ECR, how you can connect the image you built to your repository so you can directly push your image into that repository and all the subsequent image updates you make into that repository is to retag it. So when we retag it, we are retagging it for the purpose of linking it to the repository we want to push it to. So that is why when you saw that we do Docker retag, image retag, right? We are using the URI of our ECR repository. So that is the purpose of that. And it is also in the Docker documentation. Even when it just allows you to connect your image to your repository. So Docker, let me see if I can find it. Docker. No.
I see.
Yes,
How are you?
I'm fine. You?
I'm well, praise God. For membership, do we have access to the Docker project or do we have to pay separately?
No, you have access to it. You don't have to pay separate.
All right, thank you.
Unless if you guys want to give me extra money, I'll take it.
Don't worry, Assis. As soon as I land that job, I will take you out, you and your wife, your lovely wife.
Thank you.
Don't worry. I will take you out. I'll come to Maryland. I will take you out. What?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. But thank you
Okay.
so much for everything. Thank you.
You're welcome. You guys are welcome. I'm proud of the progress you guys are making. Remember what I said? It is just
Yes.
one small concept at a time. One small concept at a time. If you take it that way, I guarantee you'll get there. You know,
No,
you'll get there.
honestly, it's exciting. Ade is here and he and I, we talk all the time, and it's amazing how much he knows and how much he has taught me. And it's just really amazing it's like when the light is switched on and you can now see, that's how it is with me. So I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, thank you guys, and I'm very proud of you guys' consistency, showing up. You know, I mean, look at it. We've been here for almost 3 hours, and you guys are still here. So it's going to pay off.
Honestly, it's a testament to your tenacity and also how honest you are with what you don't know. It makes me feel empowered to say when I don't know something, because you're just really humble about it. Like, I don't know this. I have to go and do my research. Or does anyone in here know? And so it's really refreshing, the honesty with which you are training us. So thank you for that. For me, anyway, I don't know about the other people, but I sincerely appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. That is what it's all about. You know, like the main thing I'm always trying to tell you guys is what you should always put at the forefront of your career being a cloud engineer is that you are solving problem, and you would not always have answers to all the things they want you to configure, or whatever troubleshooting issue is going on in your production environment. Part of what an employer looks for is your ability to solve problems. I always say that is one of the main things. Back in the day, that is why Stack Overflow and all these other website was big, because people really do go there and ask questions on things they don't know, and other people that knows more than them tries to help them, right? So now that you have ChatGPT, don't look down on yourself thinking that you don't have to use it. You use it. What is the difference between me sitting here and showing you guys how to do a Terraform project and ChatGPT showing you? What you don't want to do is, I'm not speaking to you, Miss Hunter, I'm just speaking in general.
Oh, no. I understand.
What you guys don't want to do is tell ChatGPT to write the code for you when you don't understand what the code means. That would be the lazy way of doing it. But if I want to write a code for something, I'm at the point where I can ask ChatGPT to write it, but I understand what is in need and I can modify it to what I need to modify it to. So it is just an assistant, just like I'm here assisting you. ChatGPT is there to assist you. So nobody knows it all. And I'm telling you, even at work, people that have many, many years of experience, nobody knows everything. So there's no reason for me to try to present myself as an expert. Trust me, things that I know, it's not because I'm smarter than anyone. It's just because I work on them. And if I don't know something, I try to figure it out or find answers to it. So that's the only difference. Trust me. Maybe one of these days I'll have the courage to show you guys my picture when I was in Nigeria. You guys will know that from when I was baby to like 16. Literally till I came to the United States, I didn't really have any formal education. Like I
For
went to
real?
school. Like I went to school,
Wow.
not that my parents abandoned me. I went to school, but you guys know public school.
Oh, please,
It's
public
like
school in Africa. Ah,
we don't learn anything. I literally go to school, come back the same way. So when I came to the United States, I could barely speak English. You know, I was someone that when I graduated from high school, I didn't want to go to college because I always told myself I'm not a book person. And, you know, I did different odd jobs. Then I realized, okay, in life, I think like in just this day and age, if you guys want to make more money, I realized that those that were making more money were people that were using their brains, people that was that are not afraid to go to school and learn new skills. So I'll tell you guys, even when I was in America after I decided to go to school and all that stuff, long story short, and I was still very broke, right? And I'll tell you what took me from that point to where I am now is nothing more but than than building your skills, right? You have to make yourself more valuable to the marketplace. So the marketplace is AWS. There are all these companies looking for people with these skills. You just have to go develop those skills, and that is literally it. I can go into stories. You guys know, you guys that are Nigerians and all that, you know how they will pray for you. They will give you message that this and that. I can go into all that stuff, but I'm telling you
mhm.
guys,
Yes,
nothing did it for me. I'm saying prayer works, right? I'll pray, but you have to back up your prayer with your actions. So
yes.
things that I don't know, I go and sit there and figure it out. If you guys know, and I'm not telling you guys stay up all night because everyone's schedule is different. Do what works for you, but I'm saying that be consistent and give it the best you can give it when it comes to figuring things out and building the skills you don't have. I'm telling you, once you build your skills, it literally translates to your income. I'm telling you that. So, so yes, to answer your question, I don't know it all, but I just try to figure it out, just like you guys trying to figure it out.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I know all of us here feel the same way. And your humility really is empowering for me. So thank you so much.
no problem.
You are
Yeah,
very
so
correct. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you.
you're welcome. So yeah, I can't really find that. I know I saw it somewhere, but once I find it, Mr. Emmanuel, I'll send, was it Mr. Emmanuel that asked me, or Mr. Larry? I'll send you the
Me.
documentation.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so it is that is just how Docker lets you push image. You have to retarget to connect it to your repository before you can push it.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Back to my question, please. I was working on this Terraform project.
Mm-hmm.
So, unfortunately, when I created my RDS database, I did not rename or recreate snapshot.
Mm-hmm.
I use the one created by database itself.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes. So during the process of writing this code, uh, here,
Are you sharing your screen? I can't see.
oh my bad.
It's not showing.
Hold on,
It's not showing. Yeah.
hold on 1 second. So I don't know. I did not share. Sh-
Or is it me? Can you guys see the screen? Oh, okay, you're
I-
sharing now. You're sharing now. I can see. It's loading.
okay.
Okay.
Let me know when it's open.
Yes, I can see it now.
Okay. Do you see the Docker Terraform project?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
At line 20 to 22,
Okay,
So
yeah.
yeah. So when I was trying to reference this line 22 precisely, snapshot type, so manual. So when I ran the code, like when I ran Terraform apply, it gave me an error because I knew that I wasn't put something right in the line 22 because I used the original one created by Terraform, created by RDS, instead of using instead of creating manual one by myself.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so how do I reference it here? Because I tried to check it on Google and see, I
Okay.
use automatic, I use manual and auto, I use default. It still don't work for me. So
Okay, sure. So let's see where is your TFVAS file? Where do you have your you see how your variable is, where is your Terraform TFVAS file?
Terraform T.
Or go in your variables. Maybe we are not using, I don't think in this project we are using TFVAS, sorry.
Yeah, here you go.
Okay, so your database right there, snapshot identifier. So can you show me in your console.rds instance, this where your snapshot is?
Oh, you mean in my okay.
In your, I mean like in your
Yeah,
RDS, in the AWS console.
this is it.
Okay. So that is your snapshot, right? Select it. Select it. And copy that ARN. Yeah, there. Okay. Once you copy it, let's paste it in your over there. You can see the name is different.
Yeah. Because I forgot to add this one. Okay.
Did you type it or did you
No,
copy
I
it?
copied maybe by mistake. I did not copy the
You probably
bottom.
didn't copy, yeah. So that's the issue. You just didn't use the right name. So it should work now. Okay, it is creating it now.
Thank you.
So you're welcome. So another thing I want to change is I will update the code. Once I start, I'm already starting all the updates, so I'll get to the Terraform code probably by next month or so. So you see your NAT gateway, why it is showing that to message there. It just means that there's an argument in there that Terraform don't use anymore. So click on your NAT-gateway.tf and I'll show you how to change it. Okay, scroll up to where we have the EIP. Scroll all the way up. So you see on line 4, just for the VPC, type domain there. So replace VPC with domain.
Yeah.
Yes, the word VPC, replace it with domain. Just, you would have to tab it back. So tab it to where it was before. Yeah, just remove it like that. Domain. And for true type VPC, domain equals to VPC. Do the same thing for line 14. Okay, save it and that should be fine. Okay, so that's it. Let me know if you have any other questions once you are done running.
So let's say I've pushed this code already in GitHub. Let's assume I've pushed it back to GitHub previously before I change this code again. So can I still push it back again?
Yes, you can. So that's the point of GitHub. You can always push as much update as you are making back to it. So you see, why is your source control not showing? I'm not sure where your source control went.
I think it doesn't show like this current version may not be showing like that. But if I want to go into source control, this is what I do.
Okay. So, okay, yeah, it's showing there. So now you see all the changes you made, right? You can see them under changes there. And you see under changes, you see all those files. That means that those are the files you've changed. You've changed NAT gateway, RDS, and variable. Yeah. If you select them, select the NAT gateway, for example. So when you select it in the source control, it will show you what it was before. So the one in the red on the left side, that is what was there before. And the one on the right, that is what you change it to. So it's a way of tracking the changes you've made to your file. It just makes it very easy to understand what changes are being made, right? So yes, that's the point of Git. You can push as many updates, change your code as many times as you want and push it. When you push it, it would override the other ones, but it also keeps history of all the changes you've made. So if you want to go back to another, there'll be sometimes where company will have to go back to a different change they made because the new one didn't work. And that's the point of Git. It allows you to track the different versions of your changes. Thanks. So now if you want to push it, you just type your message up there and click commit and you can push it. So the message is usually anything. It's just, oh, I change some file changes, updates, and you can type anything there and just push it. So it doesn't let you type a whole bunch of stuff because if you type more than, I think, a certain character, it will tell you that's too much. So it's just like a brief message. So it's just because in your commit, in the repo, when you create a PR, you have the detailed stuff in there, but for your commit, it's just a brief thing you are explaining. All right, so who else needs help troubleshooting something? I think, is Olanike still here?
Yeah, I do Aziz.
Okay, all right. Can you share your screen?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, Aziz. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, that's it. This is the Docker project. I actually went back to it. I've done it before and I submitted it. It was working. But I was trying to do the Terraform project and I discovered that I couldn't run the image. It wasn't working. This is what it was showing me. So I had to go back to the Docker project to see if I can.
So what this means, what this means is your image is not the issue, but the issue is your data. Your data is not in your RDS database,
It is.
or it is not properly, connecting to your RDS. Your
Possible.
data might be in there. So check your script where you are, your env file where you are updating, the values in your env file to point to your RDS, because your application is working. You can see it here, right? And I've gotten this test page before,
Yes.
right? So when I did it, it was the connection to my RDS that was off. So go down, it will be in your Docker file, it will be those script over there that is populating your RDS endpoint, your RDS name, and your
and this is
right, yeah, exactly. So you want to make sure that you are using the same.
yes, it's the same.
You sure?
Yeah.
Your application is working. So can you let me see how we can, but I'm certain is the connection to your RDS that is doing that.
You want me to go to the RDS then?
Yeah.
So this is the endpoint. This is the name, and the password is one password I've always used. So basically, I don't know.
Okay, so I'm trying to think of. Yeah, because I'm certain that's the issue, because your application is working. That welcome page you are seeing, it just doesn't have a connection. So before starting, which project is this? Is this the
Docker project?
which application is this? The assignment one,
Yeah,
or
this is the assignment. This is the
nest application? Yeah. Yeah, when I've got this before, it was literally the database, right? So either your data is not 100, your data is not in your RDS, or your connection to it is off. So to test that theory, let's trying to think of a quick way to do it. You can either launch another RDS instance, and we will update your Docker file. But did you say where were you building this through Terraform?
You mean the no.
How did you get to this test page? This is at the end of your.
This is the container. I use the container.
Oh, a container, right? But how? You spin up your ECS packet.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, because your application is working, you can see, but I want to say your data is not migrated into your RDS. That's what's causing that.
You know that particular database, I tested it with the snapshot of the when we use the EC2 to launch it. We have a snapshot of that machine, that AMI. I tested with this database and it worked.
So when you use EC2?
Yeah, when we use EC2, we had a snapshot.
We created a
yes.
snapshot from that one.
Yeah.
So this is your AMI. You'll find it in the RDS.
Yeah, so this is the RDS. I took a snapshot of it.
Okay, select it.
Can I open it?
Yeah, select your snapshot. So your RDS is called Cache RDS DB. All right. What is the name of your new RDS instance?
The one that is currently running.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same name.
It's the same name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Should I open it?
Yeah, go ahead. Right. So I'm can almost bet my money on it that maybe the password you specify in your to build your Docker image is not the same. Or your data did not migrate. So let's test it. Launch another RDS instance, please.
Okay.
Just use your name 123 or something like but at the end, let me see the password you are using, please. Or use something very simple. So yeah. So if you select previous one, yeah. And if you select that drop down, you should see your T2 micro in there. T2 micro. So, oh, you know what we have to do before you create it? Make sure whatever you are using for your RDS username and stuff like that, make sure that is the same one you have in your build image to build your Docker image.
Yes, it's the same. It's the same. Okay. So,
Okay, can you show your credentials? No, click out of this one. And click show credentials detail up there. Okay. So is that the same one you used in your build image script?
yeah, that's the same one.
Okay.
That's it, yeah.
All right, hold on, let me check. And okay, okay, cool. All right, so let's wait for the RDS to come up, then we would stop. So let's try something. Stop this RDS instance, stop it.
Okay, this one, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then let's redeploy your Fargate containers. So go to your ECS service. Select that one, yeah. And select the service. Scroll up, go up, update service. No, cancel. So there's a way I want to, I think, oh yeah, maybe when we update it, go back to the service where we have the service, maybe the option is there. So yeah, go back one. Just select just the check thing there. I think it's the update one we'll do. Do update. Not update cluster. Go back. So the update is down there when you check it. Click update.
Okay.
So do click up there, just click force new deployment. So everything should be the same. So scroll down and update. So now that I stopped your RDS instance, right? I want to see if you are still getting this welcome page or if your ECS packet starts failing. You understand?
Okay.
Because if your ECS packet is failing, right? It means that, I mean, for it to work, it means that your password is right, but I can almost be certain that your data is not in the RDS database. It's one of those two that is causing it. So now that we stop it, when your new service is spinning up, it should error. You shouldn't be able to access it because we don't have a database to connect to. So we'll see. So when you're troubleshooting, we just have to test different ideas to see what. So I asked you to launch a new RDS instance because I was doubting whether your password is the same. So now I'm also testing whether your service will be deployed when we stop the RDS instance. So we'll see. So this service, can you refresh in there? And your new container should not launch. So it will try to launch it, but it should it will keep failing, I believe.
Do I go to target groups?
No, scroll down. So here under this deployment event, so that's where we'll see. Maybe we should have just deleted because ECS used the blue-green deployment, meaning that it would not delete the other one until the new one is launched successfully. So that's why you see the other one, the previous one you launched is still there. Okay. So maybe we should just delete. Do you mind deleting the service and recreating it?
Yeah, sure.
No, right there, down there, delete service.
Okay.
Yeah, and click force delete. Oh, okay. It's just complaining because the one you deleted, right? The one we deleted is still there. So you are using the same name. So it hasn't 100% deleted. So uh,
So do we get the
up
network
there,
time?
yeah, it won't even let you. So cancel out.
And open a new tab and be checking the other one.
Yeah, so do you just use a different name for that service? You can put like an hyphen, an extra hyphen or something. So don't use the same name.
Okay.
Is
I was going to use the same tax definition.
so where was that place where we shouldn't have even do click yeah, use your tax definition. That's fine. You can use your tax definition. Your service name, that's what I was missing. We didn't have to delete that. Yeah, just use like put like an extra hyphen or something. Is that the same name or is different name?
No, this is a different name.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. All right. Let's refresh and let's go to that page. Refresh and you should see your service and go into that service and we'll just monitor it from here. If things work right, we should get the same welcome page you are getting. And is your RDS up? Let's say whether your RDS is up.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Your RDS is up and you know this RDS, we haven't migrate anything into it. Okay. So if we get that welcome page, right? If your ECS service is successfully deployed and we get the welcome page, then we know for sure it's because our data is not in there.
Okay.
So refresh, listen. Or you can go to the deployment and let's see the what it is, the events.
Okay.
So it is it has started 2 tags. Those are the tags name. Okay. Refresh there, let's see. Okay, it has added the tags to the target group. Okay, refresh again. So when you are testing it out so that there's just not delay, you can use, I know in the video, and when I update it, I'm going to change it. Instead of using like spinning up 2 tags, you can just use one. Because if one works, the other one will work too. So yeah, I didn't even have to do 2. Okay. Refresh, because it's taking time now because it has to do one, then do the other one. Unhealthy status. Right. So it's failing. So scroll down. Let's see. Go to the target group. Yeah, too unhealthy. So it has timeout. Are you using the right security group?
Yes. Which of the security groups you want to have a look?
Your container security group.
Container security group, that's it.
The ALP. Okay. And is this the one that is attached to your container?
Yes, this is one actually container.
Okay. So the timeout will just be, let it launch another one and let's see. So okay. Oh, you know the timeout, select one of those tags that failed. Is this the new one it started? And go to the logs, click on logs. I think this is not the one we need to select. So go back. So one of the ones that failed is the ones at the bottom. Deployments. Yeah, select that for those ones. Yeah, select that one. Okay. So I was just saying it's failing fail L checks. Okay. All right. So let's migrate our data into the RTS because that should be the reason why it is failing.
Okay.
Do you have the script or?
I
So
don't have the script actually.
you don't
But
have
I
the
use
script?
the workbench
Oh, you use the workbench?
most times, but
Okay. Yes, I'll show you. Do you have the EC2 instance connect endpoint?
yes.
Okay. Launch an EC2 instance in your private subnet and we will I'll give you the script.
Okay. Fashion.
So that should be, yeah, your web server security group, just the web server. So
That alone.
yeah, so we have to allow, we have your, so yeah, I think just your web server, that's all you need.
Okay. I don't need the role, right? S3 role.
You do.
I do?
Yes. So I just sent the script. Open it in like Visual, paste it in Visual Studio Code, and we'll look at it. We just have to modify some stuff in it.
Okay, where did you send it?
On Zoom. Did you open it? Oh, you want me to send it in a different way?
Oh, I'm trying to create it. Oh.
So open your Zoom thing. I mean your Visual Studio Code. Yeah, you could have just double click in there. You see up there where you have the welcome thing, double click in that open space next to your welcome thing. I will just create a file for you. Okay. So here we just need to update your, do you have that range zone file? The range zone. Okay, not the range zone, the next one. So the next one, you need to upload that file. So you are not changing anything on the command. You're only changing line 3 to 7. So do you have that file in your S3 bucket? If not, I can send it to you and we'll just create a bucket and put that file in there.
I do have it. I do.
Okay.
Let me get.
So go into that your account and let's copy the URI.
This one.
Okay. I click on it and copy. I think it's that one. URI. Right. Your RDS endpoint. RDS name, DB name. I think it's the same thing you called it, but let's just check. Application DB over there, copy it and replace it. Then your username and password. All right, let's save it. Well, you don't have to save it, it's fine. But if you want to save it for your reference later, you can save it if you want. Okay. So now let's SSH into your EC2 instance.
Yeah.
No, in your EC2, go to the console. Let's just do it from the console. So go to your EC2 console and select your EC2 instance. Click connect. Select EC2 instance, connect endpoint there, that, and connect. Perfect. So now start running those commands. First, run your environment variables, then run each command one by one.
I should run.
Run 3 to, we don't need the bin bash, run 3 to 7 first.
At
Then,
once?
yes, sir, run it at once. Then you can run the rest after that one is done. Cool. All right. Then run the next one. Okay. All right. Now type ls. Let me see if so far where we are. Okay, perfect. All right, now keep continuing.
Am I supposed to edit this?
No, because it's you remember your S3 URI
Oh,
is up
okay.
there. Yeah,
The
okay.
URI, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that worked. So now run this one. So the last time we ran it with sudo, it didn't work. But then I don't know, AWS keep changing their mind. I don't know. So if you run it with sudo, it might not work. So if it doesn't work, then we'll run it with just regular flyway. So I'm not sure. The last one we run was without the sudo and it worked. So
One that worked.
yeah.
Is it once?
Come on. Does your RDS instance, why is it, let's give it some time. It should run. Does your RDS instance allows traffic from your web server?
Oh, goodness.
Okay, let's check the security group for your RDS
It
instance.
allows traffic from the containers.
And we are using the web server security group.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just go to your RDS instance,
RDS,
the
yeah,
new one, that security group, and we'll just modify the security group to allow your web server security group to. Oh no, don't modify it, just, or you want to do it this way?
No, no, whichever way.
No, cancel.
Okay.
So select it. Select the name so we can go into it. Then security, select the security group, your database SG, Docker one.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we're just going to modify the inbound route to allow your web server.
Okay. HTTP.
3306 on MySQL, because that's how we are connecting to it. Aurora, MySQL Aurora, right there. And select your web server security group, whichever one you are using. Okay, so now run that command again. It should work. Yeah, copy it from your thing and run it again.
The last one, or just?
Yeah, just the last one, the flywheel one.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Okay, successfully applied one migration to schema application DB now version 1. Okay, perfect. So that is done. Let's check your ECS service now. Obviously, it's not going to, your new container is probably still failing. So we'll probably just delete your service, your ECS service, and create it again.
Oh, okay. ECS.
All right, select your cluster. Okay, your deployment failed. So delete that service. First delete. Let's go to the CloudFormation console. Let's just make sure, because you guys know when you create a service in ECS, AWS is using CloudFormation to actually create the resources. So sometimes when you delete the service here, the CloudFormation stack might still, because I noticed we had the error with the CloudFormation when you were trying to create it with the same name. So let's just make sure that that is 100% deleted. Then you can use the same name if you want to. So go to the CloudFormation console. I just want to make sure that so you can see what I mean. You see how you have some service there that you've deployed before that wasn't completely removed. So just select them by that one is in progress. So don't delete. No. So the one you select is the cluster. Don't delete your cluster. So select that one. Yeah. And click delete up there. And select the other one and click delete. The other one that is up there that says delete in progress, that's the one you just deleted now. So that's fine. Yes, click refresh. There you go. So now go back to your ECS and create your service. Okay. Good job. So now we just wait. You can refresh. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay, I'm back. So go into your service, please. And a few minutes. I'll click refresh. Let's see. Okay, still. Let's check the deployment. So maybe just to should be sure. I know it takes time, so it has started this task. Wait for it to register to the target group. Refresh, please. I think your deployment is up. Go into your health and metrics. Well, it still says in progress. Never mind. Yeah, it's running. So yeah, go into your target group. Now go into your target group. Let's see. Make sure. No, just refresh. Refresh your. Why is it saying timeout? I show you. Well, I probably have to review your. Is your RDS database allowing your container? I don't know.
Yeah,
This
that's
might
the
this might be just click refresh again because I'm not certain this is the thing. This is go into your ECS service. Let's see. As I said, your thing is, oh yeah, it is marking as unhealthy. Timeout. Let me can I see your container security group? I mean in this ECS place here. Go up to configuration and networking and select security groups. Allowing traffic on port 80 and 443 from the load balancer. Yeah, that's right. What about your outbound rules? What's on your outbound rule? Okay, let's look at your RDS one. That's the one I want to see.
database.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the one. I see that was the one you use. Your inbound rules. Container SG. Okay. Allowing traffic on port 33061 from container SG. Now let's look at your load balancer. Oh, I didn't look at the other one. And are all the security groups in the same? How many VPCs do you have? Are they all in the same VPC?
Yes.
Can you, yeah. So select the drop down on your VPC. Let's see. Okay, you only have one VPC.
Yeah, just one.
All right, go to, I'm not, go to your ECS service again. Let me see in there. Another thing I can think of is we can just rebuild your Docker image and push it.
I've done that like 10 times.
10 times.
Unless you want to
Okay.
review the script again.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Yeah, so I'm certain now that your RDS is fine, right? So go to the service, the ECS service here. Scroll, select the deploy tags, deployment, the deployment thing. Let's review the. Okay. Here. It's training connection. So you see down there, the last tags that it created that got stopped, select that tags name. So scroll, move down one more, move down again. That one, yes. Spelling your health checks. Let's review your target group and your load balancer. I'm not sure why it's failing the health checks. But I know the issue is not your database now, so it's now we have to track it back to either your Docker file, your Docker image.
Actually, I was thinking, because I've built that Docker file like I don't know how many times.
All right, let me give you my Docker file.
Okay.
Where's your name on Slack? So I can send it to you on there because I'm not sure if I put it here, probably mess it up. Open with. Or you can send me like a short message now.
I'll just send you a message.
Okay. I'll send you it because I'm thinking now the issue might be with your Docker file. So we should
But the last one you sent, this is the last one you sent.
sorry, I'm on a different screen. Are you, I think, oh, okay. Never mind. Okay. Is this the one I just sent now?
Yes.
Okay. So let's use this one. At least the last time I tested this, it worked. So it's been a while since I haven't built my image because when I built it, I was able to complete this project. So. I save it. So you can see something was modified on it. Go in your source control. Let's say what's different from mine and yours. So go under source control. Yeah, and select the Docker file.
Mine was 2023, which I changed at some point.
Oh yeah, so that should be 2023. Yeah.
2023 didn't work again.
Yeah, so change the new one to 2023 too. That's true. But I'll scroll down. So everything else seems like it's the same. Yeah. Is save it. But when you worked on, okay, let's build your image again. So it's the same Docker file. Okay, let me see something. So you see how yours says RDS, your RDS thing is saying master user password, right? Go and look in my Docker file.
Your Docker file.
Yes, the Docker file I just gave you. So you can see that mine is RDSDB username, RDSDB password. So that's the issue. You understand? Because the Docker file, essentially your Docker file has not changed, because when you paste the new one I gave you and we changed that to 2023, it's showing you that there's no update to track. So that means this was the Docker file you used to build your image, right? So you can see the environment variables I have there, I've changed it. I updated it because I didn't like that master username. So I changed it to DB, right? But in your build script, right, you are still using master username. So that's the issue.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not your fault. So it's just me. I can't make up my mind what I wanted to. I can't make up my mind. I just, for some reason, I didn't like that. So yeah, change that. Yeah, copy that RDSDB. You can either choose either one. You can either choose to use, but I would say update it to the Docker file one, because the Docker file is in multiple places. All right. So everything else, RDSDB password, endpoint. I think everything else should be the same. But can you put it side by side just so I can verify? Just put my Docker file, move my Docker file on the right side of your screen. Yeah, I just want to verify. Okay, so you have your personal access token, your GitHub username, repository name, domain name, RDS endpoint, RDS DB name, RDS DB username, and RDS DB password. Okay, cool. Now save your script and build
So we
your.
change the DB name. I need to change the DB name.
Oh yeah, you have to change your endpoint. Okay,
Yeah.
to the new RDS. That's a good point. Okay, save it. All right, now run your script to build it. /
I'm trying to get it somewhere.
tab it.
Right.
So when you are typing it, the best way to know whether you are typing the right script is, even one thing I like about PowerShell is, even if you use the wrong slash, it will fix it for you if you tab it.
Okay.
Yes, you don't understand what I mean when you type part of the name and you just press the tab key to auto complete it. Yeah, so that will help you fix it. Okay, you can run it.
why this is building. I was in the static website when we use the container, when we build an image for a static website, we did a command that was able to test our image locally using localhost and then the port.
Yeah.
Can we do that with dynamic applications like this one?
Yes, we can do it, but then we will just have to host our database locally too. Because the reason why I didn't do it that way with that one is because the static one does not have a database, so there is no extra dependencies on it to connect to. But since this one does, we would have to build our database locally to test it. Yeah. So I just wanted to avoid all that, you guys doing all that stuff on your computer. So that's why we didn't test. But I'll look into it. Maybe I'll just do a demo on it if you guys want to test your image before you push it.
Yeah, because if I tried to, but I couldn't test the image. So, all right, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, now let's push it.
Let me just get my notes again.
I mean, I can send I actually did a script. I can send it to you if you want.
I have a note on.
Sure.
Yeah.
So let me give you this two script, and you can put it in your repository. Then you can just continue to use it. So in the future, if you have to build your image again, you don't have to go into your notes and try to like.
Oh, okay.
Just a second. I'll send it to you now.
Can you put it on the GitHub? I said GitHub on the
group chat. Okay.
Group chat.
Okay,
And
I'll put it.
as well, please, the link of the video we are just doing, if possible, maybe you can just put the link.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
it's very difficult to find it on the YouTube sometimes.
Sure. I will start sending you guys the link.
Thank you.
No problem. I've sent those files to you. Put the file in the same directory as your Docker project, and I'll show you how to run it. As I sent it on Slack. Oh, no, that's not the one I meant to send. I'm sorry. I meant to send build no, not that one. Push image. That's we've already built the image. Sorry, I meant to send the push image. It's the push image one. That's the only one you need. So put it in your repository. I mean the same, yeah, the same your Docker projects folder.
I don't get it, sorry.
So you see this push image.ps1. I sent, download it. So click that cloud thing to download it. Right. Now open it. You don't have to, no, it's going to run, it's a script. So just go into where your downloads directory.
Okay.
So click that arrow again. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can get to it here. So copy it or cut it out of here or however you want to, and put it in the in your Docker projects repository.
Yeah.
Yeah. You won't be able to paste. So go back. Okay, open that file explorer that you just add up where you cut it out, and press escape to undo that. Press the escape key. Okay. Now minimize this a little bit so you can see your Visual Studio Code. Drag it to the right side. Now drag it in there. Make sure you drag it in it should be in your nest.
To be in the nest.
It should be in your nest app folder.
Okay.
Yeah. So you see when you hover over there, you see it's showing you your next. Now drop it in there. Okay, cool. So now you see in here, I just have the command to retarget. It is going to retarget, right? And it is going to log into your ECR and push it. So we just need to close the Docker file on the right side. We don't that one. Okay. So here we just need to, right? So you already in your terminal type Docker image ls. Let's see your images that you have. Right. So the one you just built, you also called it Nest, right? Or what did you call it? Nest app. You called it Next app.
But
4 minutes ago, that one.
This one. So I need to get.
So on my line 2, you need to change that to Next app. So where I have the tag Docker tag Nest app. All right, then you need your repository URI. So go and that's, you remember the repository is specific to your account. So that's my ECR info right there. So you need to go and update your URI, all of it.
Yeah, I need to create the repository from here.
You already have the repository because that's where you've been pushing your image, right? So we are just trying to update your image in your repository.
Okay.
So go to ECR and I'll show you. So you already have the Nest app repository, so you don't need to recreate it. No, it's the other one. Oh, you're deleting this one, okay. All right, so that one, go in it. You see, you already, any new image you push to it will just be your latest, right? Okay. So go back one more, right? Then copy the URI. Exactly. So that's what you need to put over there. All right. So so that is going to retag your image. The next command is to log into your ECR. So that is ECR login, username, and your repository URI right there. So you need to paste everything up to the .com in your thing without the / and the next app. Then on the last one, you need to push it to that repository. So no, the same thing you still have is fine. That's what you need to paste there. Online for. Yeah, that's it. So you understand, right?
Yes.
We need to first retag your image. Then we are logging into your ECR repository. Then we are pushing your image. So yeah, this is fine. So save it. Then just run the script. Oh no. Okay. It is a script. You see how your build image, just like your build image.ps1, this is also a script. So what I'm saying is, anytime you build your Docker image and you want to you want to push it back to your ECR, you just need to run the script the same way you ran the build image script.
Okay.
So we already created the script here, right? So you just go into your terminal, open it into the created terminal, exactly. Yeah, just like that. Then you run / the name of the script.
Run.
I mean, by saying run, I mean run it in the terminal, meaning you don't type run, but I'm just saying you run this, you run that script. So I'm saying type / and the name of the script you want to run.
Okay.
Tab it. There you go. So it says did not to run. So it says since it's the first time, right? It's probably a setting on your thing. So it's like some trust setting, right? run, just do you want to run? It's asking you, do you want to, yes, type yes. Let's type yes and see. I know it's giving you that option, but let me see what yes would do. Okay, it wants you to use the do not run, run once, suspend. So I'll do R, do capital R for run, capital R. So it has it retagged your image, now is pushing it. So scroll up, let me just say that ran so fast. I didn't even see it when it did the scroll up, let's say. Okay, yeah. So let me scroll up. Okay, you ran it there. Just saying script. Yeah, it looks like it ran. It run. Maybe it's just not showing the output on the screen. But I was expecting it to show like where it logged in, right? But it's maybe
Yeah,
it doesn't show.
logged in
Oh yeah,
successfully.
yeah, right there. Why am I missing it? Okay, so that did run successful, and sorry about where a Docker tag your image. When you did, oh, you know what? When you did the Docker, when you did the Docker image ls, there was like two. I think you have it in the other terminal. You see on the right side of your screen while this is pushing, click on that other one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You only have one image in there that is that. Okay, fine. You have Docker tag. Yeah. So it logged in, but I don't see where it retagged it.
Let me open up the Docker.
Okay. It did. It says 11 minutes ago. Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure.
Wow. It's been a day. Are you still going out? You say you are going out before.
Yeah. Well, I'm waiting for my wife to come back, but she's not back yet. So.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's okay. I just want to help you resolve this issue then.
It would really help me because I've been stuck on this for like
Yeah.
plus or more.
That's the thing about troubleshooting. Sometimes to our work, that's what always happens. You troubleshoot something, you'll be there for hours. Right. I mean, it depends. Some stuff you resolve very easy. Some stuff it takes time.
Takes time.
Yeah, the last time we troubleshoot, yeah, it was a Friday evening, and we were still there till like 7 p.m. trying to get through the issue. So, I mean, it does happen.
I was talking to a friend of mine one time. He said that they don't deploy on a Friday.
I know. It's because of that reason. Yes, people avoid deploying on Friday.
They want to waste their weekend.
Yeah, because anytime you deploy stuff, there's a chance the stuff will break. Things don't always go as planned 100% of the time. So when there's chances that things will break. Actually at my company, Friday is we have what they call blackout. Is it blackout or what do they call it? Change freeze. They call it change freeze, meaning that on Friday you can't deploy anything. So they usually have the change freeze on Fridays and any day that is leading to an holiday. Yeah.
So
It's
people can have some peace.
yeah, it's because of that reason, because things can break and we over the weekend and stuff like that. So
Goodness me. Anyways.
So yeah, troubleshooting is part of it's
One
like
of the
literally
things it does is that it opens your mind to a lot of things.
yes.
You become familiar with whatever you're trying to troubleshoot.
Exactly. You see, when we
Familiar
were
with the
trying
environment. Yeah. Like this Docker, I think I've troubleshooted this thing for so long that I know what to do next.
good,
I don't
exactly.
have the code on my head, but I know what should go in first, you know. Yeah.
Docker, the troubleshooting helps you get familiar with the information. Yeah, I agree. And that's really when I think about when my knowledge starts improving, that was there. And then when I used to learn, I didn't have anyone to show me anything.
Wow.
So I just had to sit there and figure it out by myself. You know, I used internet here and there. There wasn't ChatGPT at the time, and I didn't really have anyone to help me troubleshoot any of the issues. So that is really when that is when I really embrace troubleshooting. And it has been one of the things that has helped me the most in my learning journey. So that's why I always encourage you guys to not shy away from it. I mean, there will be times where the first time I did the Terraform project, I was trying to connect my database credentials to the WP config file. And I was using the RDS, you know, where for every database, we have to use the database name. I was using the RDS instance name.
Wow, the identifier.
Yes, I was using the identifier, and I was stuck on that project for 3 weeks.
Goodness me.
Using the identifier. Somehow I just figured it out that, man, I've been using the wrong thing. During those time, I tried to buy people's course. I was like, what am I doing wrong here? Why is it keep saying database information wrong? Yes, for 3 weeks, I was using the instance identifier instead of the database name.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and one thing I would say about troubleshooting is once you troubleshoot a lot, anything you mess up on, you remember it next time.
Yes, that's true.
So,
Thank you so much, Asis. Thank you.
oh, you're welcome. Yeah, so you can see now it's pushing the changes on your image. So your new image you just built, that's why it's taking time. So it should be done. It only has like just these 3 to push. And yeah, it's almost there.
Yeah, almost. Brilliant.
Oh
Whoa.
wow, there's still more. I thought that was it. So it means
I thought we were there already.
so it means that majority of the stuff on your new image you built was in like the layers. So you understand, like when you build Docker image, right? The commands are when you run a command, it has the layer. That's the layer you are seeing, right? So as you update it, if the command was the same as the previous one, then the layer is the same and everything. So when you push it, if the layer is the same, it will just tell you the layer is already exists, like you see there, and it will just push.
Okay.
But anything that's changed, maybe you've modified the command or you kind of like shift things around and you rebuilt the image, then the layers will be different again. Then that's when it would have to update your image in ECR and push the new layers in there.
No.
So
I'm very sure it's going to work because that was it. I knew it was from the image. I knew it was from the image, but I couldn't just lay my hands on it.
yeah, remember I was saying that it was either your data didn't migrate successfully or your credentials are not there. So that was because I've got to that same page before. And when I had that, it was most of the time when you had, because if there's an issue with like your PHP or MySQL not installing successfully, it would the site wouldn't even work at all. But for the fact that you are seeing the page, it just means that it is probably not connected to your database. Yeah, I think it will work too.
Aziz,
Yes, sir.
yeah, quick question. The fourth project, I'm having issues getting into the application code link and the SQL data link. With the link, it's sending me to Slack, and then when I log in, it's saying there's a glitch.
Okay, just so in Slack, if you look, the link is in the Slack channel. So if you look in the Slack channel, are you using, because that should take you to Google Drive. That shouldn't take you to Slack. So once you log into Slack, I'll show you once we are done here. I'll show you. Just remind me before I leave.
Okay.
Okay. So you've pushed your image. Select that latest one. Let me see. The last time it was pushed was just a while. All right. Now let's redeploy your ECS service. So go to your cluster. And go into your cluster and select your service. Update. Force new deployment. Change your tax definition. Oh, you know what? Before we do this, sorry, we need to update our tax definition. That's what we need to do. So go down and click cancel. So go to tax definitions, select your tax definition and select it. Check the box next to it, or you can, I think this will, and click under actions. Oh, no, not the register. Create new revision. Create new revision. So here you just need to, under revision, no, scroll down. So yeah, that's the same. what we need to change is your image. So it is using, copy your image and paste it here. I just want to make sure it's using your new image, but I think it is. We probably don't even have to do anything. So your ECR, yeah, copy that. Yeah, I believe you already have it there. Yeah, I think we just probably need to force a new deployment, but it's fine. Scroll down. I don't think there's anything yet. Keep scrolling down. There's nothing we need to change. Keep scrolling down. Create. I just want to create a new tax definition.
Okay.
Okay. So now you're on revision 5. So force a new deployment. Just a second. I'm sorry, that was my wife calling. So go up and first new deployment, and then your tax definition updated to the new one. Then scroll all the way down and just create it. Refresh, let's see. Okay. Okay, go under that health and metrics tab. Yeah, so we'll be able to refresh. I think it should work now. So. Okay, so it has completely deleted that other one. So that 5 is in progress now. So we'll just wait for that one to see what that one is saying. So scroll up to where it is showing those well on that matrix. So you have to go back and forth between the two whenever this says running, or there you go. It says running. So try to see your target group. Yep, LT. Perfect. So now try to access your site. There you go.
That's it.
So good troubleshooting session.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Aziz.
You're welcome.
I know that you are in a haste now. Can we still have the one-on-one?
Probably I'll have to probably push it to maybe when I'll be online tonight. I know it's late on your end, or tomorrow.
I don't know when you can hit me up. I'm available. Tomorrow is fine too. Tomorrow.
Okay, sure.
What time tomorrow?
It depends. I'm usually online around afternoon time. So around this time tomorrow, yeah.
So would you say 4 p.m.?
Yeah, 4
the same
p.m.
time
is
we
fine.
start meeting. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine. I'll be online too.
Okay, sure.
Right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Right.
Bye.
Okay.
All right. Is there anybody else I'm helping?
Yes, please.
Okay. Who needs help?
It's me for accessing the
okay.
the application code and SQL data.
Okay, yeah, sure. So yeah. If you come to Slack,
Let me see. Okay.
yeah, right?
Mhm.
You come to the DevOps channel, up here,
The canvas,
here we have the
the canvas.
assignment. Yeah, in the canvas, right? So
Mhm.
which assignment are you
4.
trying for? Right.
Yeah.
So if you click on this link, see, it's opening Google Drive for me. So I'm not sure. So you should
Yeah.
open this Google Drive.
Yeah. So the next app.
The next
No,
app.
no, no, no. Sorry. Host the dynamic web app. Up. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, so in my Google Drive, all you have to do is click this to download it.
Okay, just download it.
Yeah. Or you
Oh,
can even download, yeah, you just have to click this to download it. Or if you click up here, it's going to
mhm.
download everything in this
Everything.
folder for you. So
Okay.
Google flashed my zip file because they're saying that the zip file might be, they always flash flag anything that has like code in it. So
Mhm.
I'm not sure if you guys are still able to download the Nest app zip, but if you are not able to download it, let me know. Because you can see they flagged it here. And I got the message a while back, but it's still in there. But yes, if you click on this, it will download everything in here for you.
Yeah, let me see if I can download it. Um, yeah. So, hold on 1 second. Let me just sign it real quick. I'm trying to sign in to see if I'll get the download option.
Yeah, you should, because if you have the link, you should be able to download it. So the link is how anyone that has the
Okay.
link can download it. Yeah. But you can log in just to come. I don't even think you have to log in. Just, are you in Slack? Click the link from Slack and try to download it from there.
From Slack.
Yes. So I just showed you how to
Mhm,
get
mhm,
into it in
mhm.
Slack here. So come to the canvas, then the assignment link is here.
Yeah.
Select it. It's going to open Google Drive and
One second.
you can well, I guess there isn't.
Okay.
Once you are
Okay.
here, then you can download each whatever you want to download. I was
Um,
hoping there was a thing to download everything, but I don't see it.
yeah, the download is grayed out. Just the dynamic web app is open for download. Okay, now they are open. They're all open. Probably was just very slow.
Yeah. Because you see this icon here, it means I'm sharing it. That's what this means. So anyone that has the link can download.
Okay. And I think I don't know if it's the doc I downloaded yesterday, and the rest of them is, I think that was what was making my computer slow. But yeah,
Yeah,
most times I have a few questions for you, but when the class starts, I'll just forget them. So next time, I think I'll just write them down.
yeah, please write them down so that way you can ask once we are here. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Peter.
One more thing.
For
I
sure.
know I know this one would let me go back there. 1 second, please. So you know the source control button in VS Code?
Yes.
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 Mine doesn't work like that, and I like that easy way to commit my codes. Is there a way you can help me out on that?
Please share your screen. I'm not. You might have to probably look for a way to refresh your VS Code. Share your
Okay.
screen. Let me see what yours look like.
All right, 1 second. Yeah.
You just have different things enabled there, so you can. So right click on the commit over there, on the right there. So this is just showing you what your branch is. I'm not sure if this is the new version of Visual Studio Code. Or so what might be doing this is a couple of things.
Mhm.
Either the new, well, it's probably not the new version of Visual Studio Code.
Mhm.
It's probably the extensions you've installed. Because
A
I'm
lot
seeing
of them,
about,
right?
yeah, so you might have the extension is what makes your have those icons there. So you might have to just uninstall some of the extensions you have. So where is your extension thing? So on the left side there, you should have your
This
there.
one.
So you can see that some of the extensions you've installed is what is enabling that in Visual Studio Code.
Okay.
So I'm
these are
not
the installed ones, right?
Yes. So you can see you have 28 extensions installed.
Jesus.
So on that installed, right? If you scroll down there, those are the extensions you have installed.
Oh.
So the extensions, when you install them, they enable certain features in Visual Studio Code. So which is telling me that's why your UI is showing like that. So if you want to disable, so if you want to and disable it, you just have to uninstall some of your extensions. I can show you the extensions I have installed. I only have maybe 2 or 3. I really don't try to use too much extension unless if I really, really need them. So
okay.
Yeah.
Can I see the ones you have?
Okay, sure. Let me share my
I'll
screen.
just.
Yeah, you can just take a screenshot of it.
Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Okay. So it's my Visual Studio Code. You can see this. We both have the same thing here. So if I go to the extension, I have 16 extensions, right? But the 16 one, so these Jupyter one, these are for Python when I was working on the Python project. Majority of my extensions are Python. So let's start from here. So you can copy this one, then I'll show you the rest.
1 second. I just take a screenshot of that. Okay.
Okay. We did the key map, right? So yeah, right here.
Okay.
Okay. And the rest is cloud formation and well, no, that's it. I don't use these ones. These ones are disabled. So if I select it, I really don't use them. See, they are disabled. So they are currently disabled.
Okay, so just go ahead and disable those things, right?
Yeah. So if you don't want to uninstall them for now, you just want to keep them, you can just disable them. So you see, if you select each extension, you can click. If it's enabled, you'll see disable here, and if it is disabled, you'll see enable. Yeah. But once you do all that stuff, you would have to shut down Visual Studio Code and reopen it.
And reopen it again.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, no problem. So Peter, I know you're here and you need help. Please, do you have time tonight? Maybe at 10 p.m. I'm not sure what that is your time. I think I'm ahead of you, and I would jump back online to help you. Please.
Well, tonight I'm working in the night, so I'll maybe look for some time with you tomorrow. I don't know. After you work with someone else. You have an appointment already tomorrow, I just heard.
Yeah, well, I'm free all day tomorrow.
Okay. So my time by 2 p.m. my time, I'm already free. I think You are ahead of me by 2 hours, I think so.
Okay, that works perfect because then I'll definitely be online by 4 or 5 p.m. tomorrow. So yeah.
Okay, that's fine for me. That's
Okay,
fine.
thank you so much.
I
I
will just,
appreciate it.
yeah, I will just ping you. I know.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
no
Thank you.
problem. Okay, everyone, thank you. I do have to go. Thank you. And please continue to walk through your project. And if you have any questions, message me on Slack. And a good time to catch me if you need help is write your questions down. And if it's something you need help troubleshooting, that is what we have the Saturday session for. So we can do all that stuff here. And if it's something that I can't wait, just message me on Slack and I'll try to find the best time to work with you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Have a good
Thank you very
weekend.
much, Aziz.
And
Thank
I'll
you, Aziz.
see you guys. No problem. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.